Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you're not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, and crypto link in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcomed back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now, we are joined by 10th Man, Refracted Curvature, Eli, the Adam Meakin, Arwin, Chocolate Saying, and a whole bunch of people in Discord, so welcome one and all.
Good day,
Hello,
good day.
hello. Good afternoon.
Good morning.
Yo, yo.
Hello, hello. If you're watching this on a premiering stream, this is also the after show, in case you're wondering why it's just started with a live introduction. For the last week since updating OBS, it crashes every single time I start a live show. It drives me nuts. So rather than the tail end of the recording carrying on into the live show now, it's just live and after show, and I have to do double the amount of work to publish it. There we go, then my moans right at the beginning of a live show. Sorry to do that to you all. Please share the show, smash the super chat to support this channel. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere-edge horizon, formerly known as the curve of the Earth?
If Earth had curve to it, you couldn't acquire an elevation angle.
Any evidence that you can acquire an elevation angle from a curved baseline?
No, because then they would not take an imaginary horizontal plane and take elevation angles from there.
Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
You got it on the screen right now. There's a globe with an arrow pointing to which way it turns, so therefore the globe turns that way. Yes.
But that would shorten the flight times of aeroplanes, and the hot air balloon in the same picture would have Earth turning underneath it. So if you were on an aeroplane or a hot air balloon, you'd only have to launch off the ground and Earth would turn underneath you. That doesn't happen.
Hey, you're just getting hung up on details.
My bad. Yeah, there is no drift. The claim of Earth-based Coriolis effect is nonsense. And evidence of the R value, Earth radius.
You'll have to measure a flat plane before you can calculate a radius.
The globe-Earth model was derived from flat Earth elevation angle measurements. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
Nope. They don't know what it is.
What gravity is or what science is? Or both?
Both.
Well,
As to
they don't.
what it is?
They don't apply the scientific method, right?
Just ruined a perfectly good
probably
Neil
know
deGrasse
what it
Tyson
is.
quote.
Ruined it.
Ruined it. Totally.
And it was.
Perfectly timed. The tone was there. The timbre was perfect. Go ahead, Chocolate.
Yeah, it happens, I know.
It sounded exactly like it. Like, it was like, oh my gosh.
It was like Neil deGrasse Tyson was in the room with us, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was channeling my inner Neil deGrasse.
Who said Neil? Somebody call me?
No, Neil, but you are off mute.
Neil is letting air out the dome.
I was just going to say something like that. Yep.
Perfect timing. And evidence you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of the container to press upon. Hey, Neil, ruining this housekeeping question with your
I was
wishy-wishy.
going to answer. It's a dome.
Someone's pissed off.
Prove your dome. Containment, yes, dome.
Dome.
Neil is at the dome. That's why the gas is escaping. It's moving in all directions into outer space.
Quick, get the duct tape.
Stick a finger in it.
I got a whole box of it here.
No, seriously though, any evidence that you can have gas pressure without a container?
That would debunk
Negative.
the definition of gas pressure.
Well, the only solution is to claim that the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to the Earth.
That's a quote from the Rumpus. The second law of thermodynamics does not apply to the Earth. End quote, the Rumpus. It doesn't apply to his model of Earth. That would be a sphere Earth model, because if it did, then we'd all be dead because the gas would fill the availability of the volume they call outer space. Space, outer space, is fake. If the sky was a vacuum, the gas we breathe would fill that space, because gas expands in all directions to fill the availability of volume it has.
Right. So it should actually be refined, right? It doesn't apply to the Earth, no. The second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to the atmosphere.
Yes, doesn't apply to the atmosphere, sphere-shaped air oxymoron, because air doesn't take the shape of a sphere, it takes the shape of its containment. They have air arbitrarily ascribed to a sphere-shaped with all sorts of laws around it and gravity and all sorts of other crazy notions to get gas to go down, go boom, boom and form layers, when gas is an inhomogeneous anisotropic mixture and does not form layers and does not go down, go boom, boom like solids moving through gas or liquids moving through gas. Gas expands in all directions. Outer space is fake.
But if you treat gas like it's a fluid and then just think, oh, wait, that means it's a liquid, then if you apply the Newtonian gravity model, then you no longer need to account for gas moving in all directions, because gases don't exist anymore. It's a fluid now, just like a liquid.
Right. Well, those steps have been taken by people like Thunderfoot Clown when they assert exactly that. The gas behaves like a fluid and goes down, go boom, boom like bouncy balls. Here's an example. Here, watch my bouncy balls go down, go boom, boom through air. Meanwhile, the air itself has expanded in all directions to fill any availability of volume it had to fill, and will continue to do so as long as it has availability of volume. It's called entropy. But they have to violate that law with a few assumptions that end up in them declaring that gas goes down, but like bouncy balls poured into a fish tank.
But to get gas to act like a fluid, first you need to contain it, right?
That's correct. If you want to describe it as a fluid, then you're going to have to compress it to the point where it's going to behave like a liquid, i.e. under very unusual circumstances. But it's still going to require containment. It's a gas.
One of the main definitions for a fluid is that it takes the shape of its container.
Right. But they don't.
And so if we're covered by a
designate-
dome, we literally do have an atmosphere.
But they don't designate.
So check it out. Check it out.
gas like
Check
a
out.
fluid.
Check out our flat Earth affirming the consequent fallacy. If we have a dome, begging the question, then air will take the shape of a hemisphere. What's next? Air does take the shape of a hemisphere, therefore we have a dome.
There you go.
Yeah, that would be an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy, though, wouldn't it? With a begging the question fallacy to start off with, that we've got a dome.
We do.
No, we don't. That's just you begging the question. We've got containment.
Oh, yeah. And I think it's a dome.
You think it's a
I think
dome.
it's a
That's
giant
lovely.
sphere.
That's nice. You believe in that dome all you like.
What if it's a big square?
What if what? The containment?
Yeah, I
It
don't
could be
think
anything.
it's square because we don't see that.
We don't see a dome either.
Do we see the dome?
No, but we see a physical. We actually see an arc. We see an arch.
No, our field of vision is an arc.
True.
Well, that's not seeing a dome. Jaron once described our
All right.
vision, the view that we get, as our own personal viewing dome. So from that description, that's how you're ascribing the dome of the heavens to a physical artifact that we could go and explore. We can't. Or not that I know, or not that we have.
I'm having trouble following this. Will someone please dome it down?
I'll try and dome it down as much as I can. We haven't got anything beyond containment.
We need to dome
All I
it
can
down.
say is thank God this
for the
weather's
island.
changing because I'm going fishing.
There was no pun in that statement. Get out.
That was the best line of the day. What are you talking about?
Hey, here's
The
a
best
fun.
line of the day. That was great.
I deleted
Yeah,
every single
We're trying
server
to
I'm
dome
on
it down
except
for the
this one.
public audience.
Look, he's still on the hook for a dome pun.
Chocolate was real good.
attempt, man. Your power level's getting up there, bro, with the puns.
Any evidence
I
of
would
the
love to go
distance?
fishing with you one day.
Any
That'd be
evidence?
fun. 2 old guys.
I missed that because I was asking for distance to the sun. Go ahead again one more time, Harp.
I was just saying I'd love to
I
go
didn't
fishing
catch
with
that,
you.
son.
I said
Nobody's
no
catching
one was
anything.
trying to
Everybody needs to
tackle
be
me.
quiet.
Nobody's catching anything if they keep talking over me, right? That's why I quit.
Good catch.
Like 5 servers last night.
Catch is part of
Deleted
the fun.
everything.
I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ. I'll try again, Eli.
King of Kings.
God. I'm sorry, Harp. They're alluring to
All I did
themselves.
was
What can I do?
said, it'd be really cool one day we go fishing.
Well, perhaps one day.
Did you
can
say
lure
they're
us in.
allured to themselves?
Perhaps one day you can lure
Well.
us in.
Okay. This is
I don't know
spilled
how you
right
can
off
do
the
this
reel
shit
now.
day after day.
Let's get back on housekeeping. Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
Whoa. I'm sorry.
Yes, you should be.
All right, I'm done.
No, you're not, because you're saying you're done.
Any evidence of a dome?
Seared. Well.
Oh, God. Can everyone just get the punning out of their system so I can ask for distance to the sun and actually get an answer?
I blame Tenth.
This show's already going off the scales.
Anybody else want to weigh in?
No.
Good one.
Just need someone to say it was this big. The distance to the sun, that is.
It's 3 AU.
3 AU.
That was a good one, Nathan.
I was looking at it yesterday. It's right there. I'm looking at it right now. It's like right there.
This question never
If you
lures
take-
anybody in.
If you take angle measurements, right, then you can apply an R value to them to get a consistent distance.
Why would you take a R value and apply that to the measurement between 2 straight lines? That's weird.
I think he was translating for his little kid that was talking in the background.
Hey,
It's the little kid.
I'll check those things, Hugh. Have we done all the housekeeping? I think we have.
No, molten iron core.
Right.
Yeah, well,
I
how
don't like
could
the
we
way you're
forget?
housekeeping.
How could we
I don't like
forget?
the way you've been treating the housekeeping lately. It's like, did we do it? And you're done with housekeeping? It's like we're throwing it to the side. I don't like it.
Well, I'm sorry, Neil. We're about to wrap it up with the final question. If you'd ever shut up about it. No follow-on
Okay, so
joke.
you're done with the housekeeping?
No, any evidence of
I
a
lost.
self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth?
Done.
That's just ridiculous.
Obviously stupid as shit.
Yeah, what Hawk
People
said is
don't-
better.
What people believe, man, it's amazing.
Well, the belief is now spun around, hasn't it? Over the last 7 years, it's gone from, you believe in a flat Earth, prove your dome, prove your ice wall, prove your flat Earth model pizza pie, prove that boats don't fall off the edge of a sphere. Force of habit.
Right.
Fall off the edge of a flat plane. Yeah, I've got so used to pointing out that their boats fall over their sphere. That just fell out when I was trying to summarise the crap that us flat earthers had to justify 7 years ago. Anyway, now their belief is in a sphere. And the only way they can get it to work with celestial navigation is by begging the question of a tangent point we debunked 2 years ago, and then using the flat plane they've slapped on top of it. So they're definitely using a flat plane. They call it a tangent plane. So they're having to argue in our paradigm and explain and justify their belief in a tangent to a sphere that isn't being used in celestial navigation. It's their belief now. Things have changed. It's 180 degrees turnabout in terms of how the attitude presents itself, in my eyes, to this subject. We're the ones
Take a
sitting
look
pretty.
at this.
Say again, Neil.
Take a look at this. How can this be a ball? I'm on the 7th floor looking out at 10th Avenue. There's the water, buildings, as far as the eye can see. It's an impossibility that this thing that they built on is round or spherical. It's an impossibility.
None of those
Look at
buildings.
that.
None of those buildings are leaning forward, like as you go around that curve. No leaning.
Straight and flat.
Seriously? I mean, you should see the leaning. I guess not.
They have an answer for that, though, right, Nathan? For the leaning buildings.
Well, they just say it's a very small amount.
Well, the thing is, with skyscrapers, they're made to lean. They're literally made to fucking lean back and forth with the wind. So you never get that. They sway, right?
I would say that normally, like when I show people pictures like of like the ones in your video, like a skyline, I just tell them to imagine actually being there on the ground while also holding the image of, or the idea that the earth is curving from you 8 inches per mile squared. It's like looking at it from whatever vantage point it was taken with the camera, but then imagining yourself standing there. None of that is curved. It doesn't look curved. You can see it just because you have this now high vantage point from the camera's view. Does it? I mean, it looks as flat can be.
What do you mean? I'm up 30,000 feet and there's a 3-degree drop. Well, that's got to be because of a curve, right?
You're talking about the buildings? There should be 3 degrees visible on the
No,
buildings.
on the Earth, there's a 3-degree. All of a sudden, it's not eye level; it's dropping down. So that must be because of the curve. That's what they say. A dip.
Oh, you're talking about eye level correction dip.
Yeah, I'm talking about all these airplane pictures that they want to give you and show you a curve, tell you that it's dipping and showing you a level line, and the horizon is not at your eye level, which it never was. Maybe it is when you're on the ground looking out. But the higher you get, it's obviously going to drop.
Okay. Hold on, Eli. Just one sec.
I don't know.
Eli, just one sec. Brian, are you there?
Yeah.
Brian? No, I've just gone up the way. I'm going to go and get myself some bread. Okay, Brian. We'll see you in a bit.
Hello.
Oh, okay.
All the Irish are over in the UK at the moment, Nate.
Okay, Brian. So what Harp's highlighting is that he goes up a mountain and can see that the horizon has dropped to his vantage point, right? And therefore, that's Earth curve. And I just wanted you to address him in terms of actual height of eye correction versus globe, Earth, bastardization to a geometric horizon. Can you do that for me, Brian? Thanks. If you want to. You don't have to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, are you talking about the height of eye? Do you want me to talk about the height of eye correction, or?
Well, what's being posed is that once you go up a mountain and see that in a HUD or a heads-up display, you can say, here you go, look, the horizon's below my eye line.
Well,
there you go.
What that is that the actual horizon, which is a visible location, we know, but it involves the surface of Earth, whether it be water or land or whatever. And as you go higher, let's say you're 500 feet above the water, looking out over an ocean, then your eye line will be what they call kind of a term that's used is a celestial horizon or whatever, or let's call it the eye line horizon. But your eye line is making an absolute parallel with the surface of the water and Earth underneath you. That's what's going on. It's making a parallel with mean sea level, basically. That's what's going on. So the higher you go, then the further out from you, your horizon will stretch. But the higher you go, the angle between your eye line and the horizon, even if it stretches out, will increase, because you're taking a parallel line, which is your eye line, which is parallel with the horizon when you're standing at the shoreline, and you're just increasing the distance between those two parallel lines. That's all you're doing.
Okay. Yeah, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect. I mean, in terms of a much more detailed explanation of this, because I wanted the concise version, which is what you've just given me. Thank you very much. Life is Short, several years ago, went into this with myself, Red Pill Philosophy and Ranty Flat Earth at the time. He's now called Fleur Perspective. But that particular show detailed how we have a relationship in terms of our eye with the horizon. Now, in spite of what Brian's just said, There was an overriding conclusion, which is that to all intents and purposes, it doesn't alter the fact that that statement does still stand true. The horizon does rise with you. As you go up, it gets further out, and you can induce a minor dip based on the height above the actual plane you're looking over. However, it still rises up with you as you go higher.
On screen, your new slides. What Aries discs? Very nice.
Did you make this?
No, you on your slideshow, it's just gone. We got the girth back now. But you had the three nice Aries disc slides showing the point of where we're able to resolve. And quite a nice point. And that's part of the function. Part of where that horizon is going to resolve is due to how our eyes resolve it based on the atmosphere and what and how far we can see. That's part of it. There is a slight adjustment, but fundamentally it does stay with you. There's tweakings which they'd like to put in and reaffirm as geometry, but fundamentally it doesn't match, does it? As Black Swan demonstrates, that's the killer for all of this. You might be able to go up a mountain and get something to match some mathematics, but it requires the positive claim that the horizon is the leading edge of a ball.
And it isn't.
Obers say, I have no problem with the Black Swan, refraction. That's what you get.
Yeah, until you need
so incredible.
Until you need a straight line. Yeah, until you need a straight line. I'm cool with the Black Swan. That would be all lines being bent until you need to measure an angle. Now, if you're going to correct that angle, i.e. dip correction, which is where you started your original question. Shout out to the 100 people watching. Woo, woo, woo. Please share the show. Thank you for sharing if you haven't already.
I can't believe
Go on, Adam.
that one's up.
What one?
I was unmuted. Yeah, thank God that picture's changed. It was...
I don't know what's going on.
Sorry, it's your slideshow's entertaining me, Nathan. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're distracted by the slideshow. Bloody hellfire. They're supposed to be in the background, like only relevant once in 100 times a part of a conversation. Maybe if I've judged it right, it'll be relevant once in 50 times. It'll tie up, coincidentally we'll have the right image on screen. But Adam's like, that image 3 images ago. That matches the point I'm about to make now.
I've just realised I'm running. The show's running a few minutes behind. That's what because I always have it on mute, so I can't tell. So I'll just shut up. I'll mute and stop.
Okay. I don't know what's going on. I do know what's going on, but I don't know why it's going on. Ugh.
It's time change. This is what happens when they start changing the time. Everybody
Can't
gets all
change
screwed
time.
up for
Time's
week
just a
ago.
concept.
Right. And here in the Bible, it says literally these sons of bitches will change time.
It does not say these literal sons of bitches will change time in the Bible. That's just not true.
Well, it doesn't say that. No, I always paraphrase.
So when you said literally, you meant I've just made this up.
No, it does say that if they can, they will change time.
Ah, yeah, I don't
that,
doubt it. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And
Okay.
they've done it.
Yeah, they
I
have.
changed it by 1 hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've
You
changed
just
time completely, though.
you wound your
I mean,
watch
there
on.
should be 13 months in a year, and they should be lunar.
That's right.
So
Yeah,
everything's
my
completely.
stove clock, my microwave and stove clock were behind 1 hour, so I had to change it.
You should never have a full moon in the middle of a month.
Meantime, if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles p, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer side in feet cubed.
Is it that?
No, every distance to horizon measurement should be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But in reality, the distance to horizon in the Black Swan is beyond those geometric limitations. Therefore, the horizon is not Earth curve, as demonstrated in this picture from National Geographic. Your tangent point to the horizon forms the geometric leading edge of Earth curve. Your sphere edge tangent point we debunked with the Black Swan. You haven't got this straight line to obscure a boat with a physical sphere edge anymore. It's been debunked. It's beyond the limitations. This physical point can't put itself beyond the boat. That's not how the geometry works. Geometry is the rock of the Earth being a sphere, moving, as in this depiction, to a point beyond what it's supposed to be obscuring. Well, it's not a physical obstruction then. That's the point. So when they said refracted, took 2 years. I think it's starting to drop now. They need a straight line, by the way. They're starting to understand the problem. When they say refracted, they haven't got any geometry to assert anymore. No straight line to use to correct for dip. What do you mean correct for dip? You haven't got a straight line. What are you correcting for? Oh, well, that's refraction. No, it's dip correction. You might have some celestial refraction to have to account for if you get below 15, 10 degrees, whatever it is. But that is not the geometry's concern. That's just straight lines that you've got to have. What's that? Refracted? Where are you going to get this straight line from? Oh, I'm good with the black swan, says our opponent when we pose that question to him. Well, being good with the black swan isn't having this straight line to a physical geometric sphere edge horizon, tangent point to Earth curve. That physically moves with the weather, so it ain't physical. Black swan.
Maybe what they meant when they say they're good with the black swan is they've not considered the logical implications of the black swan, so it doesn't bother them.
When we first did the black swan, I remember QE saying, waiting at the top of the mountain for Alberuni was a militarized black swan. He can do all that, but when he gets there, he's still got to deal with that realization that horizon is not Earth curve. As much as they wanted to do, and as much as they want to correlate some observations to it, the black swan demonstrates it is fundamentally not. It cannot be.
Okay, that's definitely got to be worth somebody out in the audience storyboarding. So you've got Alberuni, he's whistling along and he walks and goes, "Way, there's the mountain I'm going to use," right? And then he goes, "Well, obviously I've got to take a couple of elevation angles and do a bit of trig off this flat plane we're standing on." So then he does it with his flat plane measurement. And then he meets a magical magician. And the magician looks at him and says, "Look into my eyes, not around the eyes. Look into my eyes. You did not just measure an elevation angle off a flat surface to get the height of the mountain. Now go forth and get a radius from the curved surface. Not flat to get the height. It was curved, remember? Not around the eyes, look into the eyes. And you're back in the room. Off you go, Baruni, up the mountain." So Baruni climbs up the mountain, and what does he meet when he gets there? A militarized black swan, saying, "Refraction!" And then we need a catchy tune, like Glow Birth Sniper. Glow Birth Sniper. I can see you're all enthralled by this storyboard idea. I shall drop it immediately. Moving on to 10th man slides.
Ah,
I have something to present as well, Nathan.
Okay. Well, I'm waiting on 10th. If it is 10th,
Yeah,
that's
I'm
posted
here.
this.
I'm here.
Is it you that posted this umbrella-looking thing?
Yeah. Well, that tangent plane that they always need to get angle measurements from the surface of a curved Earth. Well, it can't work off a curved baseline, so they always carry a flat Earth and like a folding table, open it up whenever they want to use the sextant and say, okay, to traverse the Earth and no navigation and nautical mile distances and GPS, I got to open up this flat Earth table and take my measurement as if I was on the flat plane, fold it back up and say, okay, I'm actually on the globe, because that's what they told me in school. That's what they showed me in school. And the next slide shows exactly how it's done, that flat plane. You can put anything under it, put a banana under it, a dingleberry, whatever. Doesn't matter. When you go to use the sextant, it's an angle measuring device. And an angle is two lines or rays, whichever way you want it, meeting at a common point, creating a vertex. There's no way around that.
But just for the anti-flat earthers out there, we will get to you in a second, Brian. This bit. Why is it you keep telling us how you do it on this bit? I know that you're saying this bit's still obviously got this bit underneath it. But the way you're doing it is on this grey square. That's how it's done, right? So the surface that you're going to negotiate is 90 degrees at the GP of the star on a flat plane. That's what's done. We all understand that. That's why you have to put the same exact flat plane, teeter-tottering at a tangent point, mark T, on a sphere that isn't used. So why do you keep presenting this to us? Why do you keep begging us to use our flat plane slapped on top of your sphere that isn't used? You've got to stop doing that, lads. You've got to start telling us how you use the curved surface, not how you slap a big flat, square, flat plane on top of your sphere and tell us that it's done on that. According to Ruth, if as big as you like, this can be infinitely big. So why do you keep slapping an infinitely big flat plane on top of your sphere that you're not using? This isn't going to fly anymore, lads, just letting you know. Stop telling us how you use a flat plane on a sphere. Just use the sphere, yeah? Yeah, what's that? You can't measure an elevation angle? Yeah, we know. Earth is flat and celestial navigation proves it. You cannot measure an elevation angle. That would be this line off a curved surface. The elevation angle requires that the base line is flat. And that's precisely how we all do it. You just say that flat surface we're negotiating and measuring. I'll say that one more time. We're measuring this bit, the flat plane bit, the bit you think is attached by tangent point to a not useful sphere beneath. Yeah, that bit's just a belief that isn't used, but we're going to start charging you with actually using it to navigate on. Yeah, rather than this bit, and getting the angles from this bit to start moving forward on this bit. No measurement of angles from this bit. That's not the land you think you're standing on. What's that I hear Ruthie cry? What's that, Ruthie? When you're talking about measuring these angles, you're not talking about the surface of Earth when you talk about a tangent plane. Yeah, but that's what you're negotiating. We know you're not talking about this surface, and that's my point. You better start talking about it, Ruthie. Start talking about your globe Earth surface that you're negotiating when you navigate with planar trig and flat planes and a tangent that's been debunked in 2020. Right, Brian, what you got?
Just give me a minute, Nathan. I'll be a couple of minutes. Sorry, something's after messing up here on the computer.
Oh, okie dokie.
I put one more slide up there, Nathan.
I had Neil first. Go ahead, Neil.
Go ahead, Neil. Go ahead, Neil.
I said I put one more slide up. That could have been me. I'm not sure.
No, it was Neil.
Oh, I thought I was off mute. Don't say that.
Okay.
It was me that spoke, not Neil.
Okay, I've got your last slide up 10th, and then we'll move over to Brian because he's hopefully had a couple of minutes by then.
Well, I'll let Adam go. You can comment on the slide. They're always showing a flat surface when taking an angle measurement with the sextant. So this, I don't know why they do that if they live on a curved surface. Why they need to have a plane every time they want to navigate?
Because Earth's a plane. This is our proof of it. And when they try and use this methodology of navigating with the sextant or celestial navigation, they're going to be doing that on a flat plane. The fact that they stick it teeter-tottering on top of a sphere doesn't make it a sphere. It means they've got a redundant belief in a sphere below this actual flat plane that they're going to be negotiating. Did you want to say something, One Deck? Or are you just hot micing?
I want to say it's not a redundant belief. It's a contradictory belief.
One sec. One Deck. Oh, he's done it. Right, Brian.
I'm not ready. A couple of minutes. Sorry. A couple of minutes. I'll be with you. Sorry.
Go on, then let me read Ruthie's response.
I got a weird thing I noticed today. So I'm always telling everybody, if you look on your phone and you go into the weather area, get to the visibility, it tells you can see 10 miles. I always raise this question, how the hell are you seeing 10 miles? So today, it's clear, beautiful out, right? I looked in the thing, telling me I can only see 7 miles. Now, how the hell did they change that from 10 to 7 when it's clear out? You've been listening to me. This is the thing. Phones listen to you, and then they change it. Oh, no, you really can't see 10. It's 7. It's literally seriously happened to me. Telling me right now that I can only see 7 miles, not 10. Like every other day for the past 5 years looking at this phone. Isn't that kind of weird?
Yes.
It is, indeed. There's a dome. And there's a...
God. Okay, don't push your luck. Adam, you said you got a response from Ruthie. Go ahead.
It's just in relation, I think if you watch QE Live last night, and yesterday we had this diagram that you brought to the table, sticking that YouTube video out. So we responded to it last night, and Rufy had acknowledged it was not a particularly good diagram, but just to read his explanation, which seems to imply that I don't know this, I don't know what their model's claiming, but it's nice to have him clarify it. He doesn't use infinity, but he wants to quantify it. So yay for acknowledging the error about confusing the zenith of the observer with the line of sight to the star. That may be pointing out that parallel lines don't meet. You seem to be having difficulty in accepting that the line of sight to the star is parallel to the line from the GP to the star. Why is that? You're supposed to be the mathematician on the panel, right? Even the closest star is something like 40 trillion kilometers away. So even if your observer and GP are a few thousand kilometers apart, that is utterly insignificant in comparison. You think a billionth of a degree is going to make a difference? I've only responded briefly with 40 trillion, you say. But there is the assumption within it. Like I said, I use the term infinity. They are using infinity. They'd like to put on them. But this is the point. To resolve the geometric mismatch of what they're doing, to overcome the fact that we aren't having triangles, we've got parallel lines. But if they're so far away, they do meet. And he seems to be doubling down on this. Not using triangles there. It's using parallel lines now.
So when he says using parallel lines, the line that he's measuring isn't the line of sight to the star then? Because the line of sight to the star doesn't represent the line to the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth, regardless of how minuscule he claims this error is. He's got parallel lines that converge, correct? Why have we assumed that the line of sight to a star runs parallel to another line of sight that runs to the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth, so that angle, which would be the accurate angle, the one taken from the centre, matches the inaccurate angle that we're actually measuring? Why would we make that assumption, Rufy? I'd just measure an angle. In fact, that's what they do in celestial navigation, is it not, Adam? They just measure the angle. Further to that, how do you get that elevation angle from a curved baseline?
So
can I answer? Because it wasn't rhetorical. Shout out to Super Tom Tom, who says this super chat's for everyone who gets triggered by super chats. Thank you very much for the support. And I suppose thank you for triggering people who don't like super chats. I definitely do. Really appreciate it. Yeah, it wasn't rhetorical. If someone wants to answer how he gets an elevation angle measurement from a curved Earth, I'm all ears.
He doesn't. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Or he does and he's lying.
There's three things. He doesn't what?
He doesn't get an elevation angle from curved surface.
He doesn't get an elevation angle measurement from a curved Earth? No, he does not. But yet he seems to think he's got a tangent to a curved Earth, and then when he does that tangent plane, it doesn't bear any relation to the ground. No. Celestial navigation just uses a flat plane, makes no account for any parallel lines coming from any stars. You just measure the angle to them and then get 90 degrees to the surface you are standing on, which is where you got your baseline. Now, I ask again, how do you get an elevation angle measurement, that's a physical reality measurement, from a curved Earth? You don't. Earth must be flat. Celestial navigation and the elevation angle measurement required to do so proves Earth is and can only be flat.
That's correct, Nathan. Well said.
Please share the show. Smash the super chat to support the channel. They got nothing. You're getting loads of messages from triggered ballers, as am I, comments, not messages. But they've increased in numbers. So I've got disproportionately high comment to view ratio at the moment. Why? Because there's a lot of triggered ballers who want to beg us for a flat plane. My bad, ballers, my bad. Beg us for a tangent plane. Where'd you get that tangent from? I remember asking Craig that when he got here and started talking about tangent planes in the midst of the Black Swan argument. Started telling me all about tangent planes then, didn't he? And I started asking where he got that tangent. Very quickly descended into a lot of fundy muting. Didn't it, Craig? Where'd you get that tangent, I asked. You don't. You haven't got a physical sphere edge tangent point for a horizon anymore. We took that away in 2020. So what's that? You got a tangent? No, you haven't. Plane? Yeah. Plane. Yeah, that's what you'll be dealing with. Yeah, you're going to stop that. You're going to knock that on the head, lads. You're supposed to be proving that the surface is spherical. Don't tell us how the tangent plane you're using when you do celestial navigation doesn't relate to your ground. Get us something that does. Chop, chop. I estimate that'll increase my comments by about 10%, by the way, that little splurb.
Yeah, that's an impossibility. They can't, Nathan. You know it. Keep digging that knife in, though.
Yeah, and that's what's happening. It's driving them nuts. And they're scrambling to try and appeal to us to do some challenges that don't involve actual celestial navigation, involve parameters that have been taken from a flat Earth that then use spherical trig that we're not allowed to use. It's like, what are you talking about? You've derived some flat Earth mathematics into a sphere and then taken some spherical trig coordinates to put together a challenge and then said that all of the things that relate to the Earth, that would be star charts and the like, aren't allowed to be used because they're actually globe. Those are ours. Oh, really? Is that what you thought? Just a quick shout out to my own video. Might as well monetize it in the same way that others try and monetize their attempts to prove a sphere when there's 3 Bitcoin on the table. If you think you've got a globe-proof McToon, yeah, come here and claim 3 Bitcoin with this only possible on a sphere challenge that actually required flat Earth elevation angle measurements in the first instance, as we have been saying for about 6 straight weeks. Now, if you want to check out the full dissection of this by Brian, Adam and myself and a few others on yesterday's show, currently members only, then I trimmed it out and put it up as a members-only video with a 45-second link into it. So the 45-second bit you can go and check out as it's a literal less than 60-second summary of what I've just said. Flat Earth angle measurements required, McToon. Is this not sinking in? Is 6 weeks of us saying it just going to have head in the sand as a result, with you coming to my comments dictating to my commenters how long they've had to solve your challenge? Yet we've responded to it. Am I going to have to slow this down? Is McToon a bit slow? I mean, I'm asking in all seriousness, do I have to slow down my speech pattern for him to understand that for him to set his challenge, he required flat Earth elevation angle measurements, and those same measurements were developed into his globe model? Now, because he's got a model that's referencing these star charts doesn't make the star charts globe-only models. No. Unfortunately not. They too require elevation angle measurements. That means they too require and depend on Earth being flat. I mean, it's only been 6 weeks of us saying this for me to summarise it in such a concise manner with such a smug grin. You're gonna need a flat Earth, McToon. Are you listening?
That's sad. If that's the best they got, that's sad.
Nathan, did you say spherical trig?
I did.
What's trigonometry?
Study of triangles. You're saying spherical trig's an oxymoron, right?
Yeah, well, a sphere is a sphere, and trigonometry is triangles, so it doesn't make sense to me. What are they talking about?
They're talking about spherical triangles, which is an oxymoron. If QE was here, he'd be patting you on the back right now.
No. There is a branch of mathematics called spherical trigonometry. It is therefore dealing with how curved surfaces interact with straight lines. It is a science. It's something, look, that a week or so ago, we went through the paper where they tried to do the celestial navigation calculations with spherical trig. And there was the admission that all you've got is this modern approximation, which would be too convoluted to do at any practical level at any point.
Take hours.
Yeah.
The one that would take hours and hours. Oh, I got it.
Yeah. So.
Okay, I hope that cleared that up. Meanwhile, John, can you summarise what I've just said in terms of the flat Earth being required in order to lay down any of these challenges? Because we've been saying it. I've been saying it for 6 straight weeks, and I'm still getting commenters saying, "You're going to address this 10k challenge?" I'm like, yeah, we're owed 10k.
Yes, that's what I was about to say. Well, really, whoever goes over there and makes the statement that before he can invoke his spherical geometry, he'll have to measure it off a flat plane. He should pay at that point.
Dun 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 dun.
You're terrible, Nathan. Keep doing it.
Yeah, these people are idiots. They'd rather stick their head in the sand. I mean, for plausible deniability, he came just before the end of a live show and dropped just before the after show started. And then crying foul and claiming that he'd been here. You're like, you having me on?
Didn't Brian read us the terms of this supposed challenge? And they were all heavy-sided on McToon to where no one's ever going to win this challenge because of the way he's going to go about validating the claim.
Maybe.
But he can't enter into the challenge.
No, I agree with you. So it's over right at the beginning.
It's more akin to, and again, I'm speaking to you, John. Do you remember when you invalidated a whole shit ton of paradoxes all in one go?
Yeah.
This is the same. Essentially, the challenge itself in terms of the terms and conditions that would have to be fulfilled in order to acquire the 10k under the terms and conditions with the adjudication of whoever he instructs to do so, if there's any quarrel with what he decides, ultimately speaking. At that point, his challenge has to have gone through all of those motions for him to say, hey, here's your 10k. Whereas what we're doing isn't exactly fulfilling those prerequisite requirements to get 10k. So when we say you owe me 10k, it's farcical. We're invalidating the challenge based on its premise that it required a flat Earth to get the elevation angle measurements first. Step 1. Therefore, any process that's described in any methodology would ultimately require a flat Earth to do so. But am I going to go through the steps and motions of actually plugging those numbers in and showing how the conversions from a flat Earth and elevation angle measurement to a sphere for his inference that star charts are therefore they're all global? Well, no. Pull that apart and then put it into what a method he's used in order to devise the challenge, which is presumably spherical trigonometry, which he's saying you can't use. So he's set it up in a manner that couldn't be one, as far as I can ascertain. But ultimately speaking...
Heard my name?
I said you'd give props to Neil on account of the fact that he was saying... I've forgotten what now. I can't remember. Spherical triangles. Spherical triangles are a oxymoron.
Spherical trigonometry is an oxymoron. Somebody said no?
Adam.
Because
Get him.
Trigonometry exists? Yes. Yeah, they stated it exists. Spherical trig. They also state that married bachelors. Does that exist? It's a name.
Right. Don't forget the conservation of stationary momentum.
Yeah,
that got a lot of laughs in the comments. Okay. Any more QE? Because I've got Brian's presentation up, if not.
I just want to establish, even though there is something called spherical trigonometry, it's an oxymoron. Trigonometry is the study of triangles. There are no spherical triangles. Somebody wants to show me one, please. The floor is yours.
What they do is they take points from a right angle they have created at their center of their sphere. So there is no spherical triangles. That's exactly true. They take points from the center. It's angles from a right angle position. That's what spherical trigonometry. That's what it is. It's angles it's triangles from a center point.
Yes.
Meeting points on the outside of a sphere.
Yes. Bev, Try Thinking, broke this down beautifully about a week ago on one of his shows, and he's basically showing a sphere with three 90-degree angles meeting at the center, so like a section cut out of it, so that you've got a Euclidean plane, like your equatorial plane, at the center, and then you're measuring your angles out to the spherical surface. Shout out to Bev Try Thinking. Right, Brian.
We've been talking about that for ages. It's the ECEF system. It's the same thing. That's what they use.
I know. I realise.
Yeah.
Okay. What I get told is Bev slags us off. I'll just be upfront about this. I'm going to do the total opposite. And when he does things that we do, I'm going to say, good on you. Fantastic. Great that there's an overlap, parallel, whatever you want to call it. As opposed to say, well, I don't know if I agree with that way of Bev's pointing it out, which is what I get told he does. Now, coincidentally, I never actually see him doing any of those things. Not that I want to, or care if I did. I'd probably just turn it off. But ultimately speaking, I want to commend him for a job well done when there's a job well done. That's all I'm doing. Brian, third time's a charm. You got your presentation.
Yeah, Adam is presenting there.
I'm not disagreeing with anyone. Like I said, this is about calculating points on a surface. You can use the word triangle. We all know it's not a triangle, but we do use trigonometry within it to calculate these points on a curved surface. That's by convention, you'd say spherical trig. I agree. It in of itself is an oxymoron, but it is a term. It is a field where we're talking about how we deal with balls. So it's not like it doesn't exist, but like I said, fundamentally, this got nothing to do with celestial navigation, as demonstrated by that gent that tried to use this form of trying to calculate stuff. Instead of sticking what your calculations on a ball, trying to calculate it on a ball was demonstrated how difficult, I think, was his impractical it was. It's very complicated, and you're still using straight lines and pi to calculate everything here. But
hold on. Don't scroll. Got an issue straight away. Right, see that diagram on the right hand side?
Yeah.
Oh, what's going on? Something just appeared over it, ruining my point. That's right. What's with those square boxes? What are they? See them?
Yeah, they're not right angles.
What's that? What's that all about?
Well, they will be 90 degrees, you see. So there you've got a 270 degree shape. And then this is the point, because we're not dealing with 2D geometry. It is naughty. And this is why I'll stand up for the phrase that it's this misuse of what's going off here.
Well, we kind of are dealing with 2D geometry. We're dealing with planar geometry, and all they do is they find the points on the surface of the sphere, whatever size sphere that they're working with, from the internals of it, and then you just draw lines along the surface from point to point. So there is no triangle made.
Hold on, Brian. I'm really sorry to do this.
It's flat plane geometry.
Hold on. Just try that again, because I got two answers. Right, Adam, you're the mathematician here, and you're defending this. I'm sorry it falls upon you. Right, you said they are 90, and then you gave a calculation for a greater than a non-triangle calculation. Okay, fine. No, just hear me out.
Yeah.
Right. Those lines, I'm just going to draw them for the audience what I'm talking about. Those are bent lines, aren't they?
Yeah, the great circle roots. This is the way in which they're expressed is not how you express a standard angle. This is an intersection of two great circles on the sphere.
Okay, I'll accept that. I'll just ask again. So what's this? This two curved / great circle roots meeting or converging at a single point. Right, that's not an angle at all. Those are two curved lines meeting. Why is there a box here? What's that all about?
The box is to show that that's just a 90-degree intersection.
You've done it again. Right. What is a 90-degree, Andrew? What's a 90-degree?
That's a right angle.
So what comprises that?
Yeah, well, this is the point.
What comprises that right angle? Don't just tell me this is the point. It's two straight lines, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is this a straight line? Is this a straight line?
You can't have a straight line. You can't have a straight line on the surface of the sphere.
I'm leading you, Adam. I know you've found yourself defending this position. This is beautiful watching you squirm, though. I love it. So, should we not mention 90 then?
You certainly can't compare the how we're discussing these angles of intersection of great circle routes with anything
Angles?
to do with...
Sorry, did you say angles again?
Yeah. Yeah, because you can describe the way, the point of intersection of the angle. It's not...
sorry, at that point intersection...
Not,
Sorry, Adam, I hate to do this to you. You're such a good friend.
Keep going, it's good.
So point of intersection being two straight lines to be an angle. That's this, right? These two great circle
No, because it's on a sphere, so they can't be straight.
So, again, we're back to the original question. Should we just not talk about this 90 that's marked on here?
Well, the final point is it's not a triangle. We can express these points of intersection, but we haven't got a triangle. What we've got now is 3 points of intersection with great circles.
Points of intersection.
Why you've got this misnomer of 270 degrees, as if putting these 3 points of great circle into...
Whoa. Hold on a second. 270 what?
Degrees.
What are they? What are they? Hold on, that sounds like an angle to me. That sounds like a combination of 3 straight line meeting at a vertex points called angles, measures added up together, doesn't it? That 200, what did you say it was? I've never, ever had Adam over a mathematical point in my entire time of knowing him, ever. This is the best moment of my life.
You're welcome.
Hey, can I help?
No, don't steal this moment. Adam's a mathematician. I'm a grunt. I can't believe this is happening. Don't steal this from me. How dare you? Thank you, QE.
What do I need to do? I need to.
I'll summarise for you. It's no worries. So you said it was the combination of 270 degrees. That's a beautiful sigh, that right there. Arwin's task seems a lot more humble now as Baldwin, doesn't it, Adam?
Well, no, because I'm trying to be honest. I'm not trying to confuse. So I'm trying to be the way in which we're going to express these intersections when we're talking about things, great circles on a triangle, is we're going to use degrees still to define how.
That's wrong, isn't it? Well, QE. Yeah, you're right then. That's wrong then, isn't it?
In terms
it's a difference. There's a difference.
Don't help him. Don't help him.
Yeah, this is the point I'm trying to make. The difference is what the convention we're using in 3D stuff as opposed to what the convention is in 2D. Now, an elevation angle is a 2D angle. It requires straight lines. What we're doing here in this spherical trig is expressing the relationships of the great circles on this surface with the degrees. So the way in which they're orientated to each other.
I see. So what you're saying is...
Let me just finish it. These points of intersections, if we take 3 great circles like this, will generate these expression of how the circles interrupt. And this is the conflation, that to try and pretend that these things constitute a triangle, fundamentally from geometry, as I keep saying, look at what the angles add up to. By definition, that is not a triangle in just degrees, what you're adding up. Most fundamentally, it's on a curved surface, so it can't be a triangle. Yeah,
Okay, so from a Socratic point of view, I have to redefine the terms of what an angle is in order to accept this.
No, you have to state that we're going into spherical trigonometry, so we're going to use the same word with a slightly different interpretation because you've got curved lines, that we're going to use the term degrees to express how these great circle routes line up in relation to each other. It's a very different use of the word compared to 2D, how we actually measure an angle. These aren't...
No, that's not true either. Within this spherical trigonometry, you've got Euclidean being utilised, though, haven't you?
Yes.
Yeah. So, hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong. At that point, it becomes an equivocation fallacy, then, doesn't it? Because you've got 2 different terminologies for what is and isn't an angle being used within the context and framework of the same description. So you've got a Euclidean 90 degree at the centre of a sphere to give you the angle measurements out to the surface, and you've also got these spherical triangles being used with degrees and angles in the description with a totally different terminology for what that means. That's an equivocation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wouldn't defend that. That's my best understanding that I've given there. So I couldn't defend it anymore. I couldn't. But that's always how I've comprehended it.
This is how weak their arguments are, Adam, right? I am, in maths terms, and plenty of people take the piss out of my foibles and follies when it comes to mathematical errors, right? I'm not the best when it comes to maths. I'll be the first to admit it. I, a total grunt, have just had a highly educated and skilled mathematician over a barrel with this. I'm a grunt. Yeah. What does that say? It says that even a skilled mathematician can't get around this when presented it by a grunt who doesn't even know anything about maths. That's how crap your sphere arguments are.
All it is a series of angles that come out to the outside of circles, and they use a series of circles. That's all it is. It's a series of intersecting circles.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're using angles from a right angle position. And that's all it is. And it's like little tiny segments. That's how they work. That's how it's worked. So it's all planar geometry. All of it.
I'd like to thank QE, my mother, the Academy, mostly QE. Go on. Sorry, John.
Prosecution rest.
Go on, John. You can have the last word to John in G+.
Oh, no. I don't want to defend this stuff if it's on the live show.
Come on, I want to hear this defense now, because I was straight. That's the best I could answer it, John. Yeah.
I want to present that thing.
Well, it's the difference between intrinsic and extrinsic when you're talking about mathematics, and that needs to be defined before you discuss spherical trigonometry, because you'll be taking and treating the outside of that sphere as a flat surface, as a two-dimensional surface. That's how you get the angles in that spherical trig.
Yeah. Right, so it's an equivocation. With that, I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. A massive, huge, enormous thank you to today's Discord and G+ panels for making today's live show possible. And, of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams for... No, we're at the middle of the live show. In the middle of the live show, rounding out for a Premiering stream, my bad. Stay tuned if you are watching on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video. Shout out to Cynthia O'Hare, who smashed the super chat just before the live stream ended, although technically she didn't because I'm shouting out while we're still live. All ballers tag in McToon on FB debates. Pathetic. He never shows up, does he? ? Please pick a better baller. We're tired of him boring. He knows the earth is flat. He's all but given up. Flat Earth is truth. Thank you again very much indeed, Cynthia O'Hare, for smashing the super chat. Really appreciate the support. Stay tuned if you're watching on a premiering stream.
There's no way that MC2 knows the earth is flat. He just couldn't comprehend it. No way. He couldn't understand it.
Why are you divining what he doesn't know and his comprehension?
Nathan.
Why do it? You've got a good argument. You do this all the time. To be fair, you're a very bright man, Brian, but you do have a conspiratard bone in you somewhere.
It's the Irish genes.
Don't blame the Irish. That's racist. I'm 12% Irish.
Before you move on,
See, they're always after your Lucky Charms, man.
Nathan, before you move on, can you go to Master B and look at the slides I put there on the PZX triangle?
Yes.
Hang on, I have.
No, this will be on this topic, and then you can do what you got to do. And I know you do. I apologize. I just don't want to lose this point.
I've got it up.
All right. So you can see in the first image, the square box is saying 90. And of course, it's a spherical triangle on the Earth. And that is no way any representation of a 90-degree truth statement because you got curved lines. So you can't have an angle measurement with curved lines. Next one, you can see it again. 90, 90. They keep putting 90 here. It's impossible. Those are curved lines. Okay, you can't do it. Next one kind of doesn't show well, but it shows 90-degree right angle. Okay, PZX triangle, the blue one. Do you see that one? Celestial equator?
Yeah, I'm on that one.
Yeah, okay. It is a projection from the celestial sphere to the Earth's surface. This is where they're getting it from. At least this has been my reading so far. I've been reading this for a while. Trying to figure out why they're trying to do it this way, but basically they use the North Pole as one of the key factors, and then the sun's GP or a star's GP and the observer's GP is the other, but it's being projected from the fictitious, the imaginary celestial sphere onto the Earth's surface. It's not coming from Earth. This is the point. They even say it in their writing. It's a projection from the imaginary celestial sphere onto the surface of the Earth. Go to the next slide, the black and white one. You see that one?
Yeah.
So you see the PZM here. Sometimes they change the number, the letter functions, but 3 points, and then you can see the same thing on the Earth. It's being projected on. So it's not originating from Earth. It's not originating from a flat plane at all. That's it.
That was brilliant. Yes, perfect diagram, perfect timing. Thank you very much, 10th. I just got one show note though for Adam. So we talked about Baldwin. Firstly, my equivalence was false or bad, and you immediately pointed it out, which is saying, well, you took it to the point that you could as an honest man. Yeah? And me, in all my glee and delight, I know damn well I'm going to win that argument. I'm arguing for flat Earth, so it doesn't matter who I'm up against. QE taught me that about 3 years ago. He kind of it didn't give me confidence. It actually kind of knocked my confidence at the time. But he was like, I could put you up against any PhD and you'd still win these arguments. Once you've got the understanding of what you're fighting against and how you're arguing and what they might employ in fallacy, you've got everything you need to. Doesn't matter what level it is. Ignore the level. It's not relevant. The argument's the only thing that's relevant. Well, when you've got that under your belt and you've got Adam disclaiming, well, I'm going to fight their corner. There is this spherical trigonometry. I'm going to do it to the best of my ability. At the point that it falls down and I start twisting the screws and whatever, twisting the thumbnails, twisting the thumb screws, get there in the end. I'm only in a position to do that because Adam isn't doing your Baldwin, taking you around in circles, just being a bit deceptive, inventing something that might get around this if Earth was a sphere, for example. He's not doing any of that. That's the only reason I was able to have him over a barrel. And in most instances, my frustration stems from getting to the point where an honest man would concede the point, and they don't. Now, I call that deception. John calls it ignorance. That isn't relevant in terms of their motivation. That's not the point. It's just me justifying my frustration when typically, like in that scenario, that would be the ideal edit. The baller comes in, has his flaws in his argument pointed out to him, and concedes that he can't take it any further because it's not logically consistent, which is what Adam did. I just wanted to apologise because I started gloating, and the only reason I could do that is because you're being incredibly honest on their behalf as a devil's advocate. Well, thank you, and my apologies.
I still would like to assert that there's a difference between intrinsic and extrinsic. That's what the whole point of measuring the curvature was. It was an extrinsic line to an intrinsic curve. But you do have to take and flatten out a three-dimensional object conceptually to invoke an angle on a sphere, which would defeat their whole point.
Right. I think we've tried this about 5 times, but we'll see how we get on. Brian, I've got your graph paper or whatever it is up on screen with a rectangle.
Yeah, everyone wanted to talk about spherical triangles, or you know what I mean? Just a spherical trigonometry. What can you do? It is you have to go with the flow, don't you? So this will be good, okay? You may have wanted this in the live show. Okay, this is how diverging zeniths completely destroy the globe Earth model. There'll be some things I'm going to say here that at first I'm not sure if everyone will catch on to it. There is the GP of the star. Here is the star, okay? Can you see me moving the thing around? Here is the observer. Here is the observer's co-altitude to the star. The reason that celestial navigation never need to state a height to a celestial object is because they're using parallel zeniths. So this is the zenith from the GP, this straight line here, vertical line here, and this is the zenith from the observer, this straight vertical line here. The zeniths are always parallel. So it doesn't matter if this star is 1 mile high or 1,000 miles high, it makes no difference because the observer's co-altitude, right, the distance between the observer's co-altitude and the star, right, that zenith distance will always be exactly the same from the altitude of the star to the observer in GP. So this orange line here, this will always match, regardless of how high the star is, this will always match the straight line surface distance between the observer and the GP. Does everyone get that? That's pretty straightforward.
Yes, we're all,
right?
well, I'll speak for everyone. Yeah. Yes, we're all following along so far, I hope.
Yeah. So that is why they never need to state a height to a celestial object or a distance to a celestial object, because they use parallel zeniths, and that means their co-altitude and zenith distance would always match, regardless of what angle it is. So if you have a 45-degree angle to a star, you will again have. I'm just going to. I'll put it in just so people can see it. So if I go from here, sorry, now 1 second. This is just give me a segment line here. Sorry about this. No, it's not what I want. Sorry. Look, forget. It's just stupid. This is just. This is going to be. I have to show the visual of it. I'm sorry about this, but it's best that I show the visual. Yeah. I'll color this in. No, I won't. Now, color this in, make it obvious, make it green, right? So, this is the angle to the star. It's 45 degrees, and that means that the co-altitude, the zenith distance, is 2,700 minutes of degree, right? So that means that equally, if that's 2,700 minutes of degree, then that's an exact 1-for-1 nautical mile distance along a horizontal baseline along the surface of Earth. So 2,700 minutes of degree becomes 2,700 nautical miles. And that's the only way that they can, that is the way that they use this. This is the only way it works. How you can match minutes of degree for nautical mile. It's the only way it works on the surface. The surface has to be a horizontal baseline. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about now in a minute, right? I know it's a little bit long-winded, but this part is extremely important, right? Right. So this is they have to use parallel zeniths, for this to work. There is no other way for it to work. It's impossible for it to work any other way, and I'm going to show you why. We're now going to go to the globe plane, right? So this is the globe plane. This is what they do. First thing they do is they admit they can't use a spherical surface, so they have to create a tangent plane, right? This orange line or red line would be a tangent plane. So that's an admittance, first of all, that they can't use a spherical surface, because otherwise they wouldn't need this tangent plane. And then they take this angle line here, this blue line, it's an angle line, let's say, from the observer, and they're believing they're on a sphere, but after creating a tangent plane, it's It's paradoxical nonsense. But what the globe do then is they then take this exact same angle and they bring it down to the center of their globe. And where this angle comes out, right, and meets the surface of the outside of their globe, that is their GP. So that becomes the GP. So there's the observer, and along this arc, there is the GP, right? It's counterintuitive and it's nonsense, I know, but there's nothing to worry about there because it's going to be destroyed in a moment, right? So this is the observer, and this line up here is the observer zenith. This is the GP, and this is the zenith from the GP to the star, right? So this is the problem. Let's just say, right, that this star is 50 light years away. Then that means that the observer's co-altitude has to match that altitude. That makes their co-altitude the same elevation above, the same distance from their globe, right, as the distance as the star's distance. So if the star is 50 light years away, then their co-altitude has to match that, right, for to get a zenith distance. But now their zenith distance is 70 light years because it has to, the co-altitude has to match the altitude or distance of the celestial body. It doesn't matter when you're using parallel zeniths because it could be 9 million light years away. Nobody cares because that's parallel. So the surface, as you can see now and here, the flat surface underneath will always match the zenith distance because it's parallel. So it doesn't matter the distance. But in heliocentrism, they do claim a distance to celestial objects, and if you use the method down here and using diverging zeniths, then that means you have to use the co-altitude of the celestial body. So if this is 50 light years away or 400 plus light years away like Polaris, then this co-altitude has to match it to create a straight line between the Polaris and the co-altitude of the observer. So that gives them a co-altitude or zenith distance of, if you're using a Polaris, maybe hundreds or thousands of light years. So now, even though they have an angle, right, an imaginary angle, and even though their angle line here doesn't even create a triangle, right, I'll just go in here, this is their angle line, but they have to duplicate it into the center of their sphere. This angle line doesn't even go to the object. They just pre-assume that the object is so big and so far away that the light coming in from it is parallel. So it makes no difference if you bring the angle to the center, right? Completely ignoring the fact that they have this big, huge, massive thing at a distance. So the co-altitude zenith distance will never, ever work because they have light years of a distance along the co-altitude. And the problem with thing about it is at that point, your minutes of degree matching your nautical miles is out the window because this here, right, I'm just going to show, from the observer right around to this point, right, that is 5,400 nautical miles along the surface of their sphere. So from the observer to the GP, which is not as far as that, it might be 4,200 nautical miles. Right, so that's 4,200 nautical miles of a distance from the observer to the GP along the surface of their globe, but their co-altitude distance is now hundreds or maybe thousands of light years. You understand?
Yeah, is everyone following along with Brian? Yes, Brian, we're all following along really closely. Oh, that's good to know.
I'm trying to, Nath, but my arse is still a bit sore after that whooping it took, so...
You didn't take a whooping. The globe...
sense.
No. You did an eloquent job of detailing to the best of your ability an incomprehensible, contradictory argument. My hat is off to you. You know, you didn't take an ass whooping. The globe did.
It was good. It was good to go through that to explain. It's not something I'd rehearsed, you can say. But yeah, Brian's point, this is what I was saying. Was it last night, Brian? Again, it's just a great point. Where are you pulling your distance from if you've got diverging zeniths? Which point is the what do they call trapezoid that you're going to use to define you.
Well, it has to be the center of the celestial object. That's what, like if you're using an angle to the sun, you are using an angle to its center. You can also use an angle to its lower limb and whatever, blah blah blah. But if you're taking an angle to a celestial object, a star, you're taking an angle basically just to the center of that star. So it doesn't matter even if you move the line down to the lower limb of this supposed star. That would still be hundreds of light years. They don't have a zenith distance.
To back Brian up here, the Nautical Almanac does have a table for corrections, because you do use the lower limb, but then you do the correction to be the center of the Earth and the center of the sun. So Brian's right there.
Yeah, but it wouldn't matter if they use the lower limb, because the point is that their distances to their celestial objects, they come into play when you're using celestial navigation. Not in real celestial navigation, but when they're trying to use it. Because in celestial navigation, they don't need to show, I'm just going to go down here again, they don't need to claim a height to a celestial object, because their zeniths are parallel. So it doesn't matter if the star is 500 million light years away, because the observer's co-altitude will always match the distance, or will always match the altitude. So it doesn't matter because they're parallel. So that means the minutes of degree will always match nautical miles along the surface of Earth. Sky miles, as I like to call them. Right? That should annoy some people out there. Right? So if I have 2,700 minutes of degree here, I have 2,700 nautical miles between the observer and the GP. That can only work with parallel zeniths. Diverging zeniths are part of globe vernacular. They cannot have parallel zeniths. This completely destroys their whole sextant claim. They don't, not that they had one, but this completely destroys it. Completely. Because their co-altitude then becomes ridiculously big, and they can't use that then on the surface of the globe because the globe is too tiny.
Yeah, that was nicely highlighted by QE on his show yesterday when he was drawing it up in the sky, and he was like, well, which one are we drawing? How long do you want it to be?
Yeah, well, see, the thing about this is, from that diagram yesterday, the guy was putting he didn't even know this. He should have been trying to do this. That's what he should have been trying to do. And he was doing something completely different because he didn't even know his own globe claim. This guy, Peter, he didn't even know, and neither did Heimer. They don't even know their own globe claim. They only know part of it. Their co-altitude distance, if that's Polaris or some other star that's light years away, their co-altitude distance is light years in distance. Do you know what I mean? It can't work. Diverging zeniths completely end all of their arguments. Not that it's needed, but it does. Completely ends. There's nothing they can come back with against this.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you, Brian.
Okay.
I look at this diagram and it just looks just an absolute shit show of a mess. Look at it. Do you think this is simplistic, easy to explain, easy to understand? And then you go to an actual navigation handbook and they just describe drawing out a flat baseline and measuring an angle. It's really simple.
To describe that.
Yeah, just begs belief, doesn't it?
This is nonsense.
It is total nonsense and very complicated. And it means that, which is the only annoying bit about being in debate, you have to understand this crazy shite to pull it apart. You've got to be on the good understanding level. And Adam was really good at pointing out yesterday, if they've done a poor job of explaining their point badly, which doesn't make sense. So their point doesn't make sense if it was illustrated well. What hope have you got? Anyway.
Nathan, what we couldn't see it in Discord. Brian, were you showing the diagram we were talking about yesterday?
No, he was building it up as he went along. Sorry.
No, QE, because that diagram was incorrect. What I was showing, QE, was their actual claim, the actual way they try and the apologetics that the celestial navigation actually try and use to make it into a globe, and how their diverging zeniths, if you're talking about a star that's light years away, then their co-altitude distance would be light years in distance, because their co-altitude, the co-altitude of the observer zenith has to match the altitude or distance of the star. So they're using divergent zeniths So that means it's always going to be a crazy distance. Whereas in reality, they just use parallel zeniths. So it doesn't matter if the star is a mile high or 10 million miles high. The observer's co-attitude will always match the surface distance.
Yeah, didn't 10 put a citation out there some time ago? I'll put it in Master B. It's from timeanddate.com, and I'll state it. The distance is irrelevant. Based on two coordinates, altitude and azimuth, the horizontal coordinate system provides the general direction in which to find a celestial object. Although the distance of the visible planets, stars, and galaxies differs by billions of light years, yeah, right, the system ignores the depth of space as an object's distance is irrelevant for the purpose of locating it in the sky. You guys remember that?
I don't remember him saying that, but it sounds like something 10th Banner would say.
Yeah, 10th posted it some time ago, and I snatched it.
That was something I put up for sure. And Brian, good job on this. It's so funny because I was telling Brian, the way the globe does is everything is backwards, right? So they got the diverging zeniths and parallel light, which is a joke, versus parallel zeniths and diverging light, which is reality.
Yep.
Good job, Brian.
Thank you, Tent. Yeah, there's no way out of this for them.
Is this your dancing man, Adam?
It's just for Brian, celebrating with the ballers. There you go, Brian.
Very good.
If you're going to talk about diagrams in the after show, and I'm in here, go ahead and post them in Master B if you can, and then I'll update Discord with them as you're talking about them.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Any chance you can take us a quick screenshot of what you ended up with at the end, Brian? Can you do that?
Yeah, I'm going to do that now, Nathan.
Thank you very much.
I was actually just going to do that.
And thank you, QE.
Well, while he does that, Nathan, I put up that teeter-totter right angle with the boat over their globe.
Everyone's favourite. Celestial body sextant angles.
This is from a Glober site, a navigation site on YouTube, who believes the Earth is round and all that goes with that. And he put this right angle triangle with straight lines. And it just is so comical. And yet for them, it's like, yeah, this is how it works. I mean, Brian just destroyed it.
What are you talking about? The boat with the damn right angle triangle with its ass end up in the air?
Yes.
It's a Master B, QE. It's a Master B. You can get it.
Yeah, I've seen it plenty of times. It's pretty freaking hilarious.
It's a part of my reel. I love it.
I'll post it in there in Discord. All you gotta do is say triangles in there, and they'll lose their minds.
Shh! Don't mention 90.
That diagram is in Master B, if anyone wants it.
Okay, well, I really appreciate us sorting out our admin amongst ourselves for our own benefit when we've got a live audience. I know we haven't got a live audience. I keep looking at the times and getting it wrong because OBS crashed, right? I ballsed up my outro, and now I'm confused about what show I'm on. It's not live. We're in the after show. But because my times don't match, I hate OBS at the moment.
Oh, yeah, my times don't matter, right?
Oh, fuck you. Who said that? Kick him out. Somebody throttle that person.
There's already a time difference with America and Europe, so...
Very
Nathan,
droll.
that's the second
Whoever
time
said
you
that,
did that.
kudos. Kudos, whoever said that. Very good.
Yeah, that's pre-show talk. We don't want to do that.
Did you already said? Someone dropped in for the man who says time doesn't matter. All my times are bullshit.
Yeah.
Very good.
It's just a convention.
That's right. As I argued earlier. Well, my conventions are all messed up at the moment.
Well,
Very unconventional of you.
Very droll.
Conventions are very important for communication.
Conventions are a part of communication. Yeah, they are. That's just
Neil, you're
semantics, though.
roboting, Neil.
It's just semantics.
Well, you could be conventionally late next time. No one will say anything.
That's just what we needed to hear, Neil. Oh, you brightened my day.
Nothing tops Neil roboting.
Absolutely, without question, Neil. Nobody would disagree with that. Very wise words. Well, I'm glad Neil did that to the show.
Are you?
He's going to do it again now, isn't he? You watch.
He's going to keep doing it.
Shut up.
You were saying, Neil?
So nobody's trying to come in and tell us all about the seesaw on top of the ball.
That was from one of their books,
we got
man.
Extremis here. He's off moot. He can come in. He could share his Coriolis knowledge with us.
You're going to share your pain? I mean, your Coriolis knowledge.
Then it stopped working.
Oh, Neil, you keep roboting.
Neil,
now
please,
you're
just for the love of fuck, just go on mute.
I'm like Jon Snow. I know nothing.
Boy, you could sure type your chat skanking butt off in there about anti-cyclones and Coriolis effect. Why don't you share your knowledge with us?
It's a new day. I didn't do that today.
That is such a great answer. Oh, thank you for being like so descriptively anti-flat Earth.
I'm sure there are other targets that you can point out. Lots of people are chatting, but not me.
Hey, Extremicist. How you doing?
Hello.
Does a triangle have 3 straight sides?
I would actually say not 3 straight sides.
Well, what would you say?
But then you'd be wrong. Then you'd be completely wrong.
Wait, so what would you say?
We're done. That's it. Show's over.
I know,
You
but
don't
what would
realize
you say?
what just happened. I told you, Nathan. These guys don't know what triangles are. We're beyond. They're below 3rd grade geometry. You thought I was kidding?
Hold up. So you wouldn't
Wait,
say
you don't
3
know what a
straight
triangle
lines.
is?
What would you?
Chocolate.
How would you describe a triangle?
Thank you, Chocolate.
3 sides and 3 angles.
What's an angle?
No, 3 straight sides.
No. What's an angle then? If it's 3 sides and an angle, 3 angles.
If it's non-Euclidean, then do they have to be straight?
What?
Non-Euclidean triangle.
That's fair enough answer. So does
Can
slash,
they, is there such a thing as a triangle?
let's
in
contextualize
non-Euclidean
it.
geometry?
Rumpusing begins. So,
Sorry.
okay, fair enough. You're saying if it's non-Euclidean, then it's what, sorry?
If it's non-Euclidean, do they have to be 3 straight sides and a 180-degree angle total?
What? If it's non-Euclidean, it has to be 180 degrees and 3 straight sides, did you just say?
That's what I'm asking.
It was a question.
It's a question, not a statement.
No, well, you're the one making the statement about what a triangle is or isn't.
That's my problem. I don't know the answer.
Okay, you're being asked if a triangle has... Oh, God, I don't need help. You're being asked if a triangle has 3 straight sides. You said not necessarily. So then we got you to define it, and you said, well, it's 3 sides with 3 angles. So I said, well, what's an angle?
I didn't realize that was a question. An angle would be where 2 lines meet.
And what... You just think any old lines can meet and form an angle, do you? Does the line have to be any particular type of line in order to form an angle, or just any line? If I get a piece of string,
I really don't want to be dragged into this.
But why? Because you've just said that a triangle doesn't have to necessarily have straight lines, and now we're at the point where you've said that your triangle, regardless, is going to have angles, and now we're defining an angle that would be two straight lines meeting at a vertex, by the way. You don't want to get any further than this, because, like with Adam earlier, it's the point that your spherical trig becomes nonsensical and contradictory.
I'm going to be quiet now. I'm going to stop talking.
Fair enough.
I'm glad he stopped.
You guys can't even just define a triangle. Like, something
I
so
told you.
simple.
What I tell you?
This is how ridiculous you guys sound.
It's the death of them. They, God forbid, he kept talking.
Stories out of school.
God forbid he kept talking. I would have asked him what a night he was.
Well, maybe we should just move on to more fundamental basics. So, what's a straight line?
Ladies and gentlemen, subscribe today. ARWIJN. Yeah, the best line of yesterday's show yesterday as well.
He's been on it.
They don't know what it is. They don't know what a straight line is. We went through about 3 months of me picturing a straight line versus curved line. They don't know what curvature is. Ask a baller what curvature is. I'll guarantee he doesn't. He can't define it. Guarantee it. Try it. Try it with extremists. Maybe it'll take a new question.
Nope, I'm done.
That first answer.
He's playing ball. He's playing ball. He's being good to you, man. Can't believe how long he's played along with you so far, QE. Go ahead, extremists. Can you define, what was it again? A curved line?
No, I said I'm done.
No, he's done. Okay. We'll take that as read. He is done. Yes, we know.
I just want to state that there is no such thing as a non-Euclidean triangle. Even what they try and call spherical triangles requires Euclidean geometry from the internals of a circle, of several circles, to create this 3 points on the surface of a sphere, which are then just joined up along the arcs. But there is no, like, that requires Euclidean. There is no such thing as non-Euclidean geometry. It doesn't exist.
Right.
The thing about spherical geometry is Euclidean.
The non-Euclidean requires the Euclidean for the equivocation. How concise was that?
Just like the
well,
globe
you'd have to
needs the flat
redefine
Earth.
triangles then.
And angles, yes. You have to redefine what a triangle and an angle is. That's correct.
And 90.
When are we in a non?
And 90. Sorry, Chocolate. Yes, and 90. That's the three, yes. Redefine what a triangle is, redefine what an angle is, and redefine what 90 is. And you're there, ballers. You're there. Go ahead, Chocolate.
He's here. Ackenbars, you numpty dipshit. Non-Euclidean geometry exists as well. Really? Go on. Come off. Moot. Nathan needs some more shows.
Oh, no, I don't. I'm good.
Oh, if you need more shows, why don't you just say so? You know I don't mind saying something.
Pick on Kumu instead of me, yes.
Something.
Yeah, pick on me. I'm fine with that.
You're fine with that? Well, weren't you not too long ago? Didn't you say that spherical geometry didn't exist?
Yeah, pretty much that was me. People get shit wrong. People get shit wrong. Just like y'all get shit wrong too. It happens.
You're a mathematician, and you never heard of spherical trigonometry.
That's fair enough. He's just admitted it.
Geometry, and we just all called the geometry non-Euclidean or Euclidean. Never really just called it spherical geometry before.
I guess that's fair enough.
Totally. Hats off to you, Virus.
Pretty stupid, but fair enough.
No,
you must
totally.
be living in a closet or something.
I mean, shit, y'all think all triangles should have straight sides. So,
oh, here we go. Right, just QE.
I don't care about definitions. Definitions don't dig deep.
Why are you using words, Virus? Virus, why are you using
Is
words?
Rufy your mentor?
I don't know him.
Are we supposed to take you serious after you say something like, I don't care about definitions?
I don't
What
care
does that
if you take
mean,
me
what you
serious.
just said?
I'm not here for you to take me serious.
Fair enough.
Oh, good, because we don't.
I wouldn't
That's
think
a
you. I wouldn't
relief.
expect it. You got a flat earther.
I
Why
wouldn't
don't y'all
expect it
me out
either.
to-
Nobody's expecting you to come here and put an argument for a globe forward and be taken seriously. You're right.
Thank
Why are you still using
I
words?
just call on earth is dummies.
Why are you still using words? Oh, second best line of the show. Go on, chocolate.
Thanks, Akamvirus, for telling us that triangles don't have to have straight sides. We appreciate that.
He wasn't
Alright,
listening.
Thank you. No problem. You're
He
welcome.
wasn't listening to the conversation with extremists, literally, that took place minutes earlier. I can't believe it, but that's how it's happened.
I was, and he was not wrong.
So he's not wrong. Okay, well, we'll
He
take
didn't
it from there.
answer.
We'll take it from there. He said that it's just lines with three angles. So if that's where we got to, that's where he bowed out. What's an angle?
The meeting of two lines at a vertex. Basically,
lines?
where they meet, that's your angle.
What kind of lines?
Lines. It doesn't matter. Just lines.
Okay, so I get a ball of string.
I can get them from a curved surface.
So there's all sorts of lines. You're saying any kind of lines. So if I get two pieces of string, cut them, and then just dangle them over each other so they cross, you're telling me that forms an angle?
Yes, I can get an angle from that.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, it's not from
yeah.
that,
What did you say? We're not supposed to take you seriously? Yeah, okay, I won't.
Yeah, it's not hard. Don't take my word for it. You just look it up and try it yourself. It's not
Okay,
hard.
I won't take
Be
your
surprised.
your, your word for it.
for it because you don't like words.
Okay. I'll go ahead and take your and look it up. Take your word. You said look it up. Okay. Well, we'll define triangle for you at 43 minutes after the hour.
I don't need definitions.
Triangle.
Don't rumpus him, Virus. Virus, come on, don't play fair. Virus, play fair. Let him actually say it.
Okay, yeah, I'll go for it.
So this is from Berkeley City College. It could be from Captain Kangaroo University. It wouldn't matter. Everyone knows what a triangle is. A polygon is a closed figure on a plane bounded by straight line segments as its sides. Where the two sides of a polygon intersect is called a vertex of the polygon. A polygon with three sides is a triangle. From the math page, a triangle is bounded by three straight lines. Do we need any more?
Nah, mate, definitions are fucking meaningless.
Keep going. I don't care. It's fine.
I'm not gonna keep going.
The triangles have got... Okay, the point is... Triangles have got straight lines. All right, but you don't care, but you're going to rumpus the point. You're going to rumpus the conclusion.
triangle?
You don't care, but you're going to rumpus the conclusion that shows you and extremists wrong. They've got straight lines.
Well, I was asking
yeah, you
a
are.
question
You are.
about
You
have
are
you
going to
heard
rumpus
about
the conclusion.
spherical
You are.
triangles or
You
euler
are.
triangles?
Why? Virus, I'm asking. Segue question.
Can I talk to QE?
I'm asking why you're rumpusing the conclusion of how you're wrong. I'm asking you why. It's a
Because I was
separate
asking
question.
QE a question about how he heard these before.
It's just a definition.
In second
Virus.
grade?
It's the definition
No,
of a
they don't
triangle.
talk about Euler triangles in second grade.
In second grade. So let's just talk about this one. This
They
is
don't
from,
talk about
this
Euler
is from
triangles.
Bijus.
Okay, you don't need to
Shut
chant,
your pie hole.
Virus. Saying the same thing 5 times, that's chanting. Please don't do that.
Yeah. So, let me read the last one for you. From Bijus.com. In geometry, a triangle is a three-sided polygon that consists of three edges and three vertices. The most important property of a triangle is that the sum of the internal angles of the triangle is equal to 180 degrees. This property is called the angle sum property of a triangle. You're finished. Akamvirus. Bye.
Meanwhile,
So we're stuck on basic geometry. We don't want to get.
Oh, this is basic geometry.
Yeah.
No, this is
You
the
don't want to go
definition of a
past
triangle.
basic geometry.
no, okay,
This
Virus,
is a
that's a fair point.
definition.
No.
Well,
I'll
you
take that
gotta
face.
get it
No,
right first.
hello, everybody, hello. I'll take that face value, Virus. Okay, we don't want to take it beyond basic geometry of just what a triangle is. Fair enough, because you get it wrong. We're stuck on basic geometry because you don't know that they need straight lines. Okay, we'll move it on to something more advanced now that we understand that triangles have got straight lines. How do you get an elevation angle from a curved baseline?
Oh my God, we're still stuck on basic geometry. Can
That's
we
not
move
basic
past
geometry.
this?
That's not basic
This is
geometry.
very basic geometry.
So, should we argue, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, about whether or not acquisition of elevation angle measurements basic geometry, given that this fuckwit seems to think that trig and triangles aren't taught in second grade? Yeah? Okay, so you, the guy who doesn't understand what a triangle is, we're going to assess you and your decisions about whether or not this is advanced geometry, Or could you just answer the question, given that elevation angle measurements and their acquisition debunk a globe and can only take place on a flat Earth? Should we argue about whether or not this is advanced or basic geometry as an alternative to that question being answered?
Hey, whenever you're ready to move from basic geometry, I'm ready.
So you're not going to answer the question about acquisition of an elevation angle from a curved baseline, then?
I mean, you're just going to do nothing but take us in circles.
I'm asking a question you haven't answered yet. It's not circular until you complete the circle. You'd need to do that by answering the question rather than segueing multiple times.
Yes, once I complete that, you're just going to complete the circle and take us right back around. Let's move past this.
By answering how you get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
You know the answer.
What is the answer? You could complete that circle that you keep appealing to by just answering that question. You, the globe believer.
You know the answer.
What is
already.
it? I'm asking the question, though, aren't I? It seems unreasonable with you to talk to that I would ask and answer my own question. Can't you answer it?
You asked me that last 2 times I was on the show.
Yeah, that was a really weird quiver in your voice there, Virus. I'll just ask it, and maybe you can answer it, rather than saying that I have to answer the question I'm asking you. How'd you get an elevation angle measurement from a curve? Or you could interrupt the question before it's even complete. That would be another alternative that you just employed. Or talk continually. Verbal diarrhea is another option.
You got the answer. I just gave you the answer.
Start before I've even started the question on that occasion, like you did last time. You're going to go through the entire resume that you went through last time, rather than answering how you get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline.
You asked it twice.
Tangential plane.
You asked it twice already.
We know.
Okay, just answer it now. How'd you get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
Oh my God, bro. You know the tangential plane is the answer to your answer.
How'd you get a tangent? Where'd you get a tangent? Where'd you get the tangent?
Objection.
From the point that you're standing on.
Hold on, we've got an objection from John. Go ahead, John.
When he says tangential plane, he's invoking a plane, therefore he's not invoking a curved baseline. So he's saying that you can't get an elevation angle from a curved baseline. That's
invoking the objection, Virus, is that the tangent plane, that's a plane that's giving you the elevation angle then. So you're getting the elevation angle from the plane. We've debunked the tangent.
That's not invoking.
Necessarily. The way you're getting it from the plane is you're actually getting it from your point. You're getting it from the tangent point. That's where you're actually getting your angle from.
You're getting the tangent plane.
No point.
That you're going to get the elevation angle from a point. So you're still invoking a plane to get the angle from then. That was John's objection.
You don't necessarily need the plane, you just need the point.
You just need the tangent. You just need what point? The tangent point?
The point where you're standing on.
Which you say is a tangent.
Yes.
How'd you measure that?
What are you measuring? What are you measuring?
The tangent.
Elevation angle?
Tangent.
No, we was talking about something about a tangent, not elevation angle.
Yeah. How'd you measure the tangent?
What you just said, you dumbass cracker.
That's not what he asked, QE.
Let's argue for 10 minutes about what I asked. Starting question. We'll summarise. I don't mind. I know he'll interrupt every word of it, so I'll stick that line on mute. What is it that you do as a ball believer to acquire an elevation angle from your curved Earth? That's question 1. Your answer. Well, I acquire an elevation angle from a plane with a tangent that's debunked in 2020. Now you're saying that tangent's everywhere. And say, how'd you measure it? And now we're into arguing about what the questions are.
Yes. How do you measure a tangent?
That's my question.
Just said.
Yeah, that's my question to you, isn't it? Maybe if you ask me my question that you responded, that'll somehow resolve the problem, because I'll be answering it then, won't I? I don't need a tangent. I used the plane you described when you got your elevation angle measurement from a plane. You got it from a plane. But the plane, we already know. We already know Earth's flat and you need a flat plane to get an elevation angle measurement. You told us you were getting it from a plane. Now, there was another word that you were also hearing that was tangent. Tangent plane, you said. Now, further to the fact that you're now making elevation angle measurements off a plane, there's this surplus tangent bit. What's that all about? Where'd you get that? Where'd you measure it? To claim it?
Okay, all right. So in mathematics, you do not measure a tangent point. You don't measure points in mathematics.
Don't tell me what you don't do when you're claiming that you've got a tangent. Tell me what you do to measure it.
That's what I'm telling you. What are you talking about, measure a tangent? You don't make sense when you ask that question.
Well, so you claim a tangent, but when I ask you how you get it, it doesn't make sense for me to ask that.
No, it doesn't.
No, right. Well, then fuck off. You're claiming a tangent that you think is unjustifiable and unreasonable for me to ask where you got it from. Nah. We debunked your tangent virus. It's Earth curve. That's your tangent in your maths. Didn't you know? We debunked it.
How do you
Stuttering bitch! That's right, motherfucker. We debunked your tangent, bitch. How do my balls taste? Salty?
Point.
Salty?
How do you debunk a tangent point?
Why are you asking me? I haven't got a tangent point. I've just got the plane you described. We can describe as you can describe how elevation measurements are taken off a plane. You said yours was a tangent plane and told me how unreasonable it was to ask how you got it.
How do you debunk a tangent point?
You haven't proved the tangent point. You've claimed it for 7 years while I've been in this discussion. It's Earth curve, edge, horizon, tangent point. But we've debunked that with the black swan. Now you're asking me how I debunk the tangent point you've claimed for 7 years that we debunked with the black swan? Oh, well, I'll tell you. If Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement, that would be your tangent point, would be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and we have imagery beyond those geometric limitations. Therefore, the horizon isn't a tangent point. If you can tell me another method that's claimed to measure a tangent beyond your begging the question of one, then I'm all ears. But all you're doing when you beg the question of a tangent point is justify how you get an elevation angle measurement off a plane. That tangent plane is still a flat plane that you're measuring the angle off. So you're measuring an angle, elevation angle, off a plane, virus, and just begging me for it to be attached to a ball that's not used by way of a tangent that you're telling me is unreasonable to ask how you measured it.
Okay, first of all, that is completely wrong. The tangent is not the horizon. I don't know where you're getting...
Tangent's not the horizon. Why is it marked with an X and labelled horizon in your begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve maths then? If it's not, according to you, the tangent, why is it labelled as one then?
Because it's not.
It's not? Hey, McWest, seems your descendants are turning against you. Your diagram, McWest, it's got a tangent in it. I mean, I appreciate that this is a complete clown telling us that the horizon, Earth curve, edge horizon that formerly block boats and buildings at a tangent point in geometry is an Earth curve and isn't a tangent. All right, welcome to Flat Earth, virus. We say it's not a tangent point, Earth curve, edge horizon too. Seems you're telling us it's not a tangent either. Wow. It is actually marked with an X labelled horizon and a tangent point in Earth curve geometry though, virus.
Okay, let me put...
Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth. You've just said it isn't. You just told us it wasn't.
Backs in the back.
Can be a tangent point, but not...
It can't be a tangent point. Well, literally, this point gets ruined by G+. It can't be a tangent point, Mick West. Your descendants are turning against you. That tangent point you marked with an X labelled horizon and claimed was Earth curve blocking boats and buildings, the guys who come to defend a globe say it's not a tangent point, right, virus?
You're not going to let me finish, huh? Can I finish first before you decide to go on with that? Every single point on the surface of the Earth can be a tangent point, but that is not the...
On the point of Earth would be begging the question. It can only be a tangent point if it's a spherical Earth, so you're begging the question.
No. We could...
Yes. Every point on Earth is a tangent if you assume every point on a spherical Earth is being measured with a flat plane to get your elevation angle. That doesn't alter the original question. Where do you get an elevation angle from on a curved baseline? Well, you've just drawn out a big fat plane, haven't you? Tangent plane. So we still haven't got around the fact that you're not doing this elevation measurement on the curved surface then. You're doing it on a plane.
No, we're doing it...
Well, you said you were doing it on a tangent plane.
Doing it on a tangent point.
No, you don't measure angles from points. You measure them along lines. I mean, I know you're retarded and don't know what an angle is or what a line is or what a triangle is, but you don't measure angles from points. You measure them along lines.
If you say so.
If I say so, no, that is a fact. Yeah? Do you want to tell me again that the tangent in the Earth curve maths isn't Earth curve and isn't a tangent? You know, it's claimed to block boats and buildings and shit with tangency and geometry. But I'd like you to tell me again that that's not Earth curve and not how we measure it, while G plus and Eli can't keep themselves on mute. Tell me it's not a tangent point Earth curve and we don't measure it that way. Again. So I can welcome you to Flat Earth.
Okay,
Virus.
if I'm standing on a tangent point,
If I'm standing on a tangent point begging the question that that's a tangent point with a sphere below, did you not listen to me tell you that don't beg the question here? Cardinal rule being broken by virus. Don't beg the question.
Okay, all right then. Here, let's go through the whole steps. Let's go through every single step so that way we can know it's a globe first, and then we can go back to the celestial navigation. Are you
Really? Why would we have to go through all load of steps when we're just asking how you measure an angle? An elevation angle? I don't need a load of steps to assume a sphere. Celestial navigation starts with an angle measurement. And I'm asking that angle measurement in celestial navigation that you need us to take 5 steps before to assume a sphere? No. That angle measurement, we're at the angle measurement, we're about to do it. Here's Bob with his whore on screen. That angle needs a straight baseline that's flat. I'm asking you, the curved Earth believer, not how you get a flat plane to get the angle from and then claim it's a tangent point when you beg the question that every point below your point that you're standing on is actually a massive flat plane with a sphere dangling below it, and you'll get the flat Earth angle measurement from the flat plane on it. Yeah, that's not getting an angle measurement from the ground that you're standing on, virus. And then your answer is it's from a point? No, that's not how angles are measured. So we're dealing with idiots that don't know what a line is if they think they get an angle from a point.
Yeah, that's what you believe. You would be wrong.
What would I be wrong about there, virus?
It's easy to get a angle from a curved surface. It's not hard. It's something that's been talked about in math for ages. I mean, they probably taught you this in 3rd grade.
Sorry, taught me what? You didn't tell me it.
How to get angles from curved surfaces. I mean, it's not hard.
Oh, tell us.
Not like
Tell us.
You already know the answer.
It's 3rd grade stuff. I don't. You told me I didn't understand something. Talk to me in 3rd grade. You've just explained how I don't understand it, so I feel you should detail it to me. Educate me, virus. I'm just here to learn.
You don't understand?
Then don't tell me I don't understand. I admit it. I don't. I didn't listen in 3rd grade. Tell me how you get an elevation angle from a curved surface, virus. Go. Off you go. Educate us.
Yeah. My bad. I put too much faith in you. I thought you would have known this stuff. Anyway, you know what a tangent is, and you know what tangential points and stuff is too. This ain't new stuff. You know this. You can take a tangent from any curve and get an angle from that point.
No, you can't get an angle from a point. It seems you've ignored my last objection when I said points don't give you angles, straight lines meeting at a vertex do. So you seem to be rumpusing me while I point out the flaw in your logic that a point, which you assume is a tangent point, will give you an angle? No, it won't.
You can get it one.
Sorry, do you want to stutter for me or acknowledge that that's not going to give you an angle? I've already pointed it out 3 times. Is your time here over, virus?
I don't know, is it?
Well, you keep telling me that you can get an angle from a point, a single point, the point you beg the question of a tangency. No, you can't.
Yeah, because
2 straight lines. Rumpusing the end is going to be where you get removed, virus. I'm pointing out how you're wrong for the 4th time. I know it's painful because you need a single point that you assume is tangent to a sphere that won't be used. What will be used is a big fat plane drawn out from that point, won't it? That'll give you an angle, all right? But that's 2 straight lines on a flat plane called tangent plane. No, we debunk the tangent. It's your horizon. But now you seem to think it's okay to just assume a tangent point and say that the point alone that you've assumed gives you an angle. No, it doesn't, virus.
All you need is the point.
Sorry, why are you muttering through me? I'm going to remove you because you've stopped listening. You've stopped listening. So I'm going to remove you, virus. I'm going to remove you, virus. Virus, you're just muttering through me constantly, aren't you? You're not listening anymore. You're doing it right now. So for that reason, because you can't shut up and listen to anything I say, I have no choice. I've got to remove you. You've become what's called a triggered fundamentalist religious zealot who can't shut his mouth when he's being shown to be wrong. Now, that's unfortunate for you, but your time is over, virus. A single point won't give you an angle.
Wrong.
Yeah, no, I'm not wrong. You just have to look up what an angle is. So you're now removed from the conversation, no longer of benefit. To describe acquisition of an angle from a single point is moronic. Chanting it through me while I explain how that's fundamentally flawed will eventually result in you being removed. I have no choice. Thanks, QE. Really enjoyed that.
You're welcome. Like I said, just come in. If you get bored, just come into the VC and just post a triangle or ask them what a triangle is, and you'll be in for the odyssey of your life.
Nathan,
I can't believe.
Oh, go on, John.
I'm just going to say I can't believe that he fell into saying that a single point was an angle.
Yeah, because he munches on crayons.
Well, I mean, I don't know. He doesn't seem like he's that ignorant. That's almost.
I was appearing that ignorant, John, earlier, and I was just thinking, how is that? You know, when we were talking about the great circles and Nathan had me over a barrel, I was thinking how you actually define it. You have to go inside, don't you, as you were saying? And basically you use straight lines from the intersectional planes to define the angle. Once again, all you're doing is showing those curves on the surface, but the angle is defined inside with straight lines, isn't it, from the intersection?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. You have to take and turn it into a flat plane to get an angle. Yeah.
Nathan,
Sorry, Ted.
I posted a slide. When angles and circles are combined, there are only 3 places the vertex can be. We've shown this slide for over a year.
I just want to say that the only question I wanted to ask any of the two extremists or virus is, how do you establish a spherical triangle? Because then you have to go into planar geometry. You have to go into Euclidean to establish it. Can't establish it without it. You have to talk about internals and angles from centers and triangles. Basically they're making triangles internally in a sphere to create points on the surface of it. And they just draw the lines between it then along the arcs, I should say. That's a good question for any of them. Because then they literally have to admit that it's not some special thing that's outside the realms of normal people's understanding. It's a made-up mathematical thing that involves planar geometry.
Right on. Do you want to repeat the question again, though?
Yeah. How do you establish a spherical triangle? That's the question.
With intrinsically straight lines.
Yeah.
Well, that's the big trick of all this, isn't it? It's they jump between intrinsic and extrinsic, and they never tell you when they're making that jump, and that's what makes everything they say seem so dishonest. I don't even think they realize they're doing it.
It's of the gods. It's of the gods.
Are you talking about your carpet again?
No, I'm talking about the sphere, the globe.
Oh, I thought you just hot micing,
divine.
talking to a colleague. You just like lay down the carpet. Look at this carpet. It's of the gods, this is. Look how beautiful this work is.
They got us working in the dark here.
How's it going, Nathan?
I'm very well.
Globe is working in the dark.
Was that Alan B?
Yeah. Was that Alan B?
Wow. Blast from the past, huh?
Are you okay?
Terribly.
Terribly? Why? What's up?
Well, we keep asking where you get an elevation angle from a curved baseline. Nobody from the ball side can answer. They keep telling us how they have to draw out a big flat plane to do it, proving Earth's flat. Maybe you can help.
I'm not that interested, really. But good to see you're all still going. It's nice to have a...
And fuck off.
Why are they interested in proving this to you?
No, he's here to attack us personally, drop a few ad homs, use a few logical fallacies, not argue the point, not answer the questions.
It's LND. All he ever wants to talk about is cake and tea.
Who's taking him off mute? If he's here, he wants to debate about Earth. This is a flat Earth debate.
He isn't. Both me and Arwin knew what it'll get to. It'll get to cream cakes and tea, is where Alan will take it. So.
Why don't you want to talk about this? Why have you joined then?
I've just joined to say hello. That's all.
Sorry, this isn't a social platform. Go to bingo and make friends there, you pathetic old twat. Yeah, laugh it up. If you're not here to discuss the nature of reality, that would be an answer to the question how you can acquire an elevation angle from a curved baseline. Then you have no value here. Do you understand? You have no value here. Clear? Laugh it up. You don't have any value. You are worthless to us.
That kills your ball tard, by the way. There, Alan B.
Hey, how's it going?
That's right. It's going real good. Your ball tart is done dead.
Yeah, apparently your side forgot what a triangle is. They can't deal.
This dude is literally a newcomer, and you're treating him like shit. What is wrong with you guys?
Newcomer?
He is not a newcomer, buddy. Trust us. He's not.
Okay. Oh,
he's from way back 2017.
Yeah, there is nothing new about Alan, unfortunately.
Okay.
But nice to see we've triggered some of the blasts from the past to come and make an appearance to say hello.
Yeah, last time he was here, he died the death of DNA. I'm surprised he's back.
Yes, he did. You remember that, don't you, Temp? Yeah. Well, he has the same answer or the same reaction as Timmy Clown did. Didn't he? He's dumbfounded, right, at that question.
Does it not amaze you, Alan? Such a big turnaround. You know, gone are the days of people coming in and muting me from the G+ server and laughing, 10 of you laughing about how much we couldn't prove Earth was flat. Now, when we calmly disseminate how the tables have turned, people like you get really triggered and talk through me like you're doing right now. It's really, really turned around, Jeff. It's amazing.
Not really. I don't talk through you. We're never rude.
Other than what you just did 10 seconds ago. Yeah, you're very polite, Jeff, while you mumbled and stuttered your way through my sentiment about how it's all turned around completely, and we're now sitting pretty asking people like you who believe they're on a sphere how they get an elevation angle measurement, and they don't know. Everybody's like you, Jeff. They don't know about their belief. Meanwhile, we actually prove we're on a flat plane with elevation angle measurements that require Earth to be flat. And it's proven, furthermore, by the ball believers who come here and draw out a massive flat plane to get that angle from. I mean, they then tell us that that flat plane they're drawing out has no relation to the surface of their ball. Literally telling us how it's literally nothing to do with the sphere, Alan. Times have really changed since you were last here. Earth, obviously, observably, measurably, navigatably flat. So why do you believe in a ball, Alan?
I've never been interested in an argument.
That's where I muted you last time then. Why are you here was my question. To say hello, yeah, you can go to the bingo for that. Like any other pathetic old man that hasn't got any friends and needs to join a flat Earth server to just say hello. Okay, did you want to carry on being pathetic, or can I just kick you out now? Have you got anything to add in terms of the discussion?
Can I ask you one more question? How old do you think I am, Nathan?
I don't care. I think you're pathetic and you behave like an old man. I'm just here to say hello. Yeah, that's how old men behave. Your time's done. Get lost.
He was wrong about
12.
When he said it was an argument.
62.
When he said it was an argument and he wasn't interested in the argument, there's no argument here. Everyone's utilizing a flat plane, whether they want to admit it or not.
Unless, of course, he wants to go argue with the people that actually use these elevation angles to find out where they are.
He used to join in back in the days of debate about the Isle of Man. He'd put his 2 pennyworth in. while we were all begging the question of a sphere in a calculator that hijacked perspective. Then he'd join in with the discussion. As I say, times are very different now. Earth is provably flat.
He would always lure Sleeping Warrior away with cake stories.
That's a bit mean. I don't know if that's true. He would talk about cakes with Sleeping Warrior, though, and it would become a distraction. I don't think he'd lure him away like the Pied Piper of cakes.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
I was thinking about John's sentiment. I just didn't trim it out because there wasn't a good enough discussion either side of it to warrant trimming out and turning into a video. You were talking about Iron Man 2. This will trigger some ballers in Discord. And you were talking about Whiplash. Is that his name? Whiplash?
Yes, it was Whiplash.
Whiplash develops an equally powerful nuclear generator-y thing that he wears on his chest. It's not for the backstory that didn't make any sense to remove fragments of metal from Iron Man's heart. Nevertheless, he's got similar technology that he's managed to build. And he drags him out of his F1 car and almost beats the shit out of him and wins. Now, he has to be saved by his butler. But nevertheless, he then questions him. And I don't want to steal this because it's your story, actually, John. I'd rather you told it again. And then I had the sentiment afterwards. Can you, if you can, if you're in the... Go on.
Yeah, Iron Man wanted to go speak to him afterwards because he was like, why did you do this? You know, he wanted to know why and Whiplash, because Whiplash knew he wasn't going to win. His objective was never, he was trying to win. He wasn't just throwing in the towel immediately. But his primary objective was just to show that he could win if he had the resources and that Tony Stark had. So he says to him in response that, I've shown that God can bleed. Now the sharks will come.
And that's where we're at right now. This argument is a dagger in the side of the globe Earth believer if they come here and hear it. And that blood in the water's attracting all the sharks. They don't know why they're attracted to the blood, but they are. And here they come, swimming along. And what do they get when they get here? Punched in the nose.
Yeah, they don't realize it's them bleeding, pretty much.
They don't know it's one of their own sharks that's bleeding every time they smell it.
Nobody makes me bleed my own blood.
Is that from Zoolander?
Yeah.
Well, they're going to need a bigger boat.
That's from Jaws. So yeah, Whiplash versus Iron Man. And the bottom line is the globe back in 2015-16, when the debate started, maybe in 2017, it was the almighty globe. And everyone knows it, and you're idiots, and all we need to really do is come here and take the piss out of you. Really, that's all we're here for. And justifiably so when we didn't have strong arguments. Well, now, Iron Man's on the track with an electrified noose around his neck, looking like he's going to die, and everyone in the crowd is watching.
They're just horrified. So they're trying to be the butler and run to save him.
And just end up getting slammed around like Loki versus the Hulk.
Ha! Good one.
It's bad when you have, after a couple of years, Alan B coming back in to try and waste their time. I mean, is that what they got? It seems that's
maybe they miss
that
us.
is what they got.
That's where I will agree with you, Brian. That is where it's absolutely justified to say, no, this guy's just going to waste our time. Last time, whatever it was, I disagreed, and I'm like, no, this hasn't been a waste of time. And I think someone else did. But in this case, yeah, if he's not going to debate the nature of Earth, that's the bloody show. That's the point of it.
Well, that's the information as it disseminates out. This will become more prevalent because the people dipped their toes in the subject and then walked away, they fire their logical fallacies out or whatever. Whenever this reaches them, they'll come back and think they can do the exact same thing. But this is a bear trap, the elevation angles, because they have to concede the point to then move forward in the argument, or not even an argument, to then move forward and push their delusion that it's a globe.
Yeah. And when they get there, even if they try and put their delusion, again, this is one of the reasons I really like the argument. Although I do find myself veering off the track occasionally, but it's still a new argument, which is to say that when they're at the point, Brian, back me up when I say this, that they've begged the question of a tangent plane, then they're operating on a plane to get the elevation angle. They're not using the curved surface. Well, so you're telling me that even if you try and justify doing this on a curved surface, you won't do it on the curved surface, you'll do it on a plane? So to me, this is so glaring. And no, it's not the most simplistic argument in the world, but with an ounce of attention, you can get it.
Yeah, that's why I objected to Kumu. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but you asked him, how do you acquire an elevation angle from a curved baseline? And his response was, well, I'll create a tangent plane. Well, no, that's not the question. But you should have answered, you can't acquire an elevation line.
And then halfway through that, it turned from plane to a point.
Well, the real question is, how did they acquire an elevation angle on the surface of their sphere without a tangent plane? Because when they invoke a tangent plane, they're invoking a horizontal baseline. They're invoking a flat Earth. So that is it's like a skipping over of the admission that they can't use their spherical surface.
Exactly.
So how did they do it without this tangent plane? That's
exactly.
The real question.
It is precisely correct. They're skipping over it. They're saying, if you make the statement complete, on account of... I'll start their statement as a globe believer. On account of the fact that I cannot acquire an elevation angle from the globe surface that I believe it is, I will have to create a flat plane sat on top of it and get an elevation angle from that.
Yeah, that's exactly what a Kumu virus said, but not in as many words. That's why I objected to it.
And then when I say, well, so you're drawing out a big fat plane to do this on then? So we need a flat plane, you need a flat plane, we need a flat plane, you're getting a flat plane, you're getting a flat plane. When I point that out, he says, no, not a flat tangent plane, because the plane bit is obviously a flat Earth bit. I don't like saying that. So I just need the begging the question tangent point to give me an angle to answer you, Chocolate, because it's embarrassing to admit a flat plane that he's actually be using at that point.
Well, it's like decorating a Christmas tree. It's like decorating a Christmas tree, right? You have all these branches, all these straight, flat surfaces, and then you hang the nice, glittery, beautiful-looking balls underneath there. That's really what it's all about. Just like Christmas.
Well, if you can have 2 points, then you can have a line from one point to another. But you don't have a line with just 1 point, like Nathan pointed out. But once you have this tangent plane, I mean, he said that every point, any point on the globe potentially can be a tangent plane. But technically, that just means that it's a plane then. Because let's say you're just an observer from 1 point on the surface of the Earth. Well, if you're going to be navigating, then you have to have that GP is going to be on that tangent plane, right? Along that tangent plane, that's where the GP is going to be.
Yes.
It's going to be touching that plane. Where's the surface?
Oh, they're not talking about the surface. When they infer that there's a tangent plane, that you'll actually be navigating to the GP, the position it actually is on the ground, its geographical position, that's not the surface of the sphere Earth, Eli. I mean, Rufy made that really clear to us. They're not talking about their globe Earth surface when they talk about a flat plane that you'll actually navigate on, because it's not a globe surface.
You can't conjure the globe unless you have a flat plane to do it with, just like you can't hang a Christmas decoration on a tree branch without that straight branch. It's just the same.
Yeah, they have to show that they can do this without a tangent plane. Because stating a tangent plane means they're just using reality. Sorry, that's not good enough. You must show how it's possible without tangent planes.
Well, to Eli, when you say, well, why is it that he's saying we've got to work on a plane, a tangent plane? Because he begged the question, doesn't he? As soon as you say every point on Earth is a tangent, that's just saying every point on a sphere Earth is a tangent. Ergo, I insist from this point forward that where I am standing is on a surface that's spherical with a infinitely expanding flat plane that I'll actually get the measurement from. So it's just their permission they give themselves to beg the question.
No,
Nathan?
he said that the horizon wasn't a tangent point. I'm pretty sure.
No, because he's moved on to just begging the question flat out that every point he's standing on is automatically a sphere, and every point it's standing out from where he's standing in all directions is a flat plane that will actually be utilised for the celestial navigation. But once he makes all of those assumptions, he's just stating that I'm standing on a sphere and we'll just use a flat plane that extends out in all directions. But I'm still assuming a sphere because I'm standing on a tangent point.
Nathan, can you go to the slide with the teeter-totter boat for a second? I'd like to comment on what Eli said. And was that you, Virus? Back again?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, well, just listen up and answer this question when I comment on this picture. Can someone post this picture in Discord, please?
Yeah, I've got it up for the audience. If you can start, it'll hopefully make its way to Discord. It's already gone in about 20 minutes ago. Feel free. It's up on screen for the audience.
All right, thank you, Nathan. So here we've got from the Navigational YouTube channel telling you exactly how angle measurements are done to a star or sun. You can see a right angle triangle. You see a baseline. The GP of the sun is touching that baseline. That's the vertical of the sun. The observer on the boat is also on that baseline. So you've got a right angle that you must use in celestial navigation. Then he puts this image, which you talked about earlier on this video channel, on top of a sphere. It is a killer of the globe if I've ever seen one. But to them, this makes sense. Now, how does this make sense when Eli just got through saying that in order to get an angle, and the sun is directly overhead somewhere on the earth, it's got to have a zenith to that position on the earth, the GP. And then you also have to share that same baseline in order to get an angle. And there's that bottom baseline, as you can see there. If you put that on the globe, it's a teeter-totter. This doesn't work. Virus, what do you got to say about this?
Forget Virus. I think, Eli, was your point bigger than that? Weren't you pointing out that the point of intersection, the GP, is defined at the point of intersection with the tangential plane? Even in their model, it's that is the GP, is the point where the straight line, the 90 is formed. The GP is the intersectional point at the tangential plane as well, not just go through it, find another plane.
Technically, that would be true too, because every point off the sphere is a tangent. Based on what he just said. So I mean, it just to me, I don't know. It seems very contradictory. Because number one, in order to get the angle, you have to take an angle measurement. But when we ask him how you get that, he's already assumed that he's on a plane that's extended from his point on the globe. I don't know. It's very confusing.
I cleared up.
No, I'm not.
I cleared up.
And I'm telling you, no, I don't do that.
But why is he mumbling? You said the 90 was at the zenith. That's at the zenith is above the person. But these are two different. Again, it's like you could talk about 5 different things, trying to make one point, never actually answering how you get an elevation angle with a curved bottom.
You do it by opposing the vertical. I mean, it's really not that hard. You have a plumb bob, you have a bubble section, whatever. You know what I'm saying? You oppose the vertical. You have your horizontal plane.
No virus. That's what can't
Sorry.
use that.
Sorry, you're saying you get a plumb bob and you establish a Sorry, just want to summarise what you've just said. Plumb bob, and that establishes your horizontal plane. Sorry, your surface is... Sorry, Boris, I'm just summarising your point. I know it's painful. Try a third time. You've said you get a plumb bob, and that will give you your horizontal plane. Well, that is a horizontal plane, Boris. It's not a curved Earth.
Yeah, but that's why you do the corrections afterwards, like dip correction, which also raises the opposite end as well as lower your end. But then you also have to apply the 60 nautical miles per degree once you get the counter angle of your celestial object. That curves the surface underneath you. That is a part of spherical trigonometry.
It doesn't. What you just described, Virus, what you just described with the dip correction and height correction is creating a horizontal plane. What you just described creates a horizontal plane. The dip correction is a mathematical correction.
Just told you the distance to the GP, the way you get the distance to the GP is curving the line.
You think getting the distance to the GP is curving the line?
It's basic mathematics. You can actually draw this yourself and try to fit it on something flat, and it won't work.
Sorry, has he had the diagram have you had the diagram that 10th sent? Because from what I just gleaned from what you said that you have to curve the line to get the GP. Is that correct? You said you had to curve the line to get the GP. After you measured
the distance.
Brian, just one sec. That's what you just said, Virus. I just want to confirm that's what you said. If not, just correct yourself. If I'm wrong or misheard.
My bad. I thought you was talking to somebody else. No, the 60 nautical miles per degree is curving that line. That's the reason you don't make both corrections, because that's what that is doing.
Sorry, per degree, did you say? Per degree of what?
Degree of a celestial drop in the sky. 1 degree drop, 60 nautical miles.
Sorry, degree is 2 straight lines. Your question that you're being asked for us is how you acquire an elevation angle from a curved baseline, and now you're talking about an angle measurement in degrees. That's 2 straight lines.
Can I say something real quick about that degree?
While I'm saying it, you've just talked about degrees. That's straight lines. No, your baseline's curved. Your whole shtick is to justify the curved baseline. Second time he's talked straight through me. Discord, is he just talking straight through this devastating point that the audience is hearing, but he isn't?
Yeah, periodically he's jumping in and interrupting.
Time for you to go again, Virus. Seems you're not talking to me. Too painful. You mentioned degrees. That's 2 straight lines. Your baseline is curved, Virus.
Okay, that's literally out of the 360-degree circle.
Salty balls.
Really not.
Salty balls, right? Salty.
Are they salty? A 360-degree circle is your straight line?
Are they salty?
Okay.
Sorry, degrees is 2 straight lines. Earlier you were talking about measuring it from a single point. Now you're talking about degrees that's 2 straight lines. Your curved baseline won't give you that, Virus.
You know, when I speak of degrees, it also could mean circle, right? 360 degrees circle.
And that's what you're measuring when you measure an elevation angle, is it?
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, so we're talking about measuring elevation angles, though, Virus. You understand that now? I understand your confusion that everything seems to be circular and talking about circles. Yeah, we're talking about elevation angle, though, aren't we?
Oh, I thought we was talking about the distance to the GP. Yeah.
Sorry, do you want to go a few more octaves higher? Your curved baseline won't give you this degree measurement you just mentioned. Is this sinking in? You need straight lines for that, flat baseline for that, not your curved Earth line. That's not a flat baseline. Is it time for you to leave? Is it time for you to leave, Virus? Too painful for you to continue. Got to chant through every single response that I'm giving you about that curved line. Your baseline, the curved Earth, that won't give you this. Just chanting through it, right?
I was giving you my answer. Were you talking through me?
What, while I was asking you and pointing out that you've just described an angle measurement and your curved baseline won't give you that?
You
It's a
said that
statement of
already.
fact.
Nathan, may I please just have one question for Virus? Virus, when you say degree works with the circle, are you measuring that from the origin, the center of the circle, or the curved surface? Where's the vertex when you say that?
What do you mean, where's the vertex when you say that?
Vertex is
Where
the
the two
point that
lines
two
meet.
straight lines meet to get an angle. When you measured a degree of something, that would be an angle measurement, and he's asking you where the vertex is.
Can you repeat your question again, Tenth?
Where's the vertex?
Tenth, can you repeat your question?
The vertex, you said you can get a degree from a circle. It could also mean that. And I'm asking you, if you're going to measure from a circle an angle, where is the vertex located? On the surface of the curve or from the center of a two-dimensional circle?
Hold on. Are we talking about elevation angles, or are we talking about the distance to the GP?
Talking about a vertex. Just
You
look
said-
at the
I'll
comments.
answer him. Yeah, we're talking about an elevation angle measurement.
So we're talking about elevation angles.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
one
but
that
you
you
took
can't
it to a
take, to
circle.
summarise, you can't take that angle because your baseline's curved.
Okay, Tenth, is that what we're talking about? Or are
Okay,
you talking
that's
about
okay.
something else?
Is that cool by you? The fact you can't take that baseline, curved,
Look, I don't-
angle
Okay,
measurement?
I don't have a problem. We're talking.
Maybe you can just chant through me and tell me that you're answering me while I'm in the middle of my statement, maybe afterwards. Yeah, you can't get that angle measurement from a curved baseline. That would be a curved Earth virus. Is that okay? You said it was okay last time I stated that.
Don't have a problem with getting elevation angles. An elevation angle is none but the two straight.
It's two straight lines.
Versus the
It's two straight lines.
angle of the.
Sorry, your curved baseline won't give you that. You're cool that your curved Earth, curved baseline, spherical surface won't give you that angle measurement. You're cool with that. Then you've got no reason to continue in this discussion because you're supposed to be justifying how you do get an elevation angle from a curved Earth.
You probably would have heard it if you didn't. Cut me.
What? Talk
said
while
two
you were
straight lines.
talking in the middle of my sentence. My bad, I would have heard the answer that came while I was in the middle of talking. If I hadn't been talking and in the middle of a sentence, I'd have heard it. My bad.
I was actually talking, I just didn't finish because you had cut me off. I was in the middle of talking, not when you was talking. That's two totally different times.
I think when I point out that you can't get an elevation angle from a curved Earth, you should tell me when you were being interrupted as a response. A non sequitur would be equally as good as a rebuttal to the fact that I will state now, that you cannot get an elevation angle from a sphere Earth.
The elevation angle is found from a point, the vertex. It doesn't matter if the
Vertex is two straight lines, though, not a curved baseline. So we're talking about a flat plane measurement again. You're talking about two straight lines.
You didn't let me. No, you didn't.
Didn't let you finish when you talked about a vertex. Yeah, that's two straight lines meeting at that vertex. Yours is curved, though, so I interrupted to point out that when you're describing a vertex, you don't have one on a curved Earth.
You should have let me finish instead of.
And maybe I should have let him finish when I point out that he described a vertex, something he couldn't achieve on his curved Earth. I should have let him carry on like he could achieve it. No, I'll interrupt you and tell you that you haven't got that vertex if your baseline's curved. Like your spherical Earth won't give you that.
Then you shouldn't have a problem if I interrupt you then when you say something wrong.
Brian, shut up!
He's going back to his slumber claim.
Sorry, Virus, what was that?
I'm saying that you shouldn't have a problem with me interrupting you when you.
Oh, let's discuss how interruptions are going, rather than the fact that you just described a vertex. That's two straight lines meeting. Your curved Earth won't give you that vertex. Maybe we should discuss the interruptions for 10 straight minutes. You can't get an elevation angle from a curved Earth. All this Fundy can do is Fundy mute me so he doesn't have to listen to it. He's chanting constantly, by the way, audience, while I'm saying this. So you can't get an elevation angle with a vertex then, because your baseline's curved, Virus.
Well, the elevation angle is found from a point. It doesn't really matter what the surface is actually doing because you're getting it from that point, not from the complete line. It doesn't matter how far the line goes off in any direction. What you care about is that point, which is the vertex. That's where you get the angle from.
No, it's two straight lines meeting at a vertex. You don't understand what an angle measurement is. It seems we've gone into the spasticry of what you described last time, which is a point making an angle. No, it won't. You are fundamentally retarded. This is just basic geometry, Virus. Are we going to go around in circles with your lack of understanding of basic geometry and what an angle and a vertex is? You think a single point will give you that? You don't understand basic geometry.
Okay, what part?
And it's not okay. Like you not being able to get an elevation angle for measurement from a curved earth's not okay. Just saying okay when you don't understand what gives you an angle, it's not okay. You don't understand basic geometry. That seemed to be your attack on me about a few minutes ago. Yeah, I do. But you don't. You think a point will give you an angle, making you retarded.
That's because that is the vertex of where the vertical and the zenith meet. I mean, that's the vertical and the horizontal meet. I mean, that's where we're getting the point from. It doesn't matter what the surface underneath you is doing.
And how'd you get that from a
You can get
sextant?
an angle from any point.
It's from the vertical and the zenith. So where'd you get that in a sextant?
What do you mean, where you get that from a sextant? All you do is...
I mean, when you use a sextant, how do you get that?
By that.
Sorry, you've got a zenith mirror.
Who mentioned the zenith mirror?
I asked how you get it in a sextant. You said zenith.
Yeah, I didn't say nothing about no zenith mirror.
Oh, right, there isn't one. So how do we get what you've just described, an angle being with a zenith included in that description? How do we get that? Maybe if you chant through the question, you don't have to listen to the end of it and answer it. How'd you get that zenith you just described in your explanation with a sextant?
Is that it? I answered that, and you said there was...
You answered it? Oh, well then, fuck off. You've done really well. You don't get your zenith from a sextant. You get it from the horizon. Now, obviously, your geometric tangent point horizon isn't the horizon. You've already relinquished that, haven't you, Virus?
No.
You haven't. When I said that the tangent point was Earth curve, and that's what the geometry of Earth curve maths gives you as a tangent, and you said it wasn't, we're now looking at a horizon mirror. And what are you, the globe-believing fundy, going to be looking at and describing the horizon as in that mirror? It's going to be a geometric point, tangent point, that you said it wasn't? So what kind of horizon are we looking at in a sextant then, Virus?
The visible horizon?
And is that geometric Earth curve?
I hope not.
You hope not? I would hope that you would hope so. Given that that's your primary claim in the first instance, that the horizon's Earth curve. But you would hope not. You'd hope the horizon you're looking at in a sextant mirror is an Earth curve.
No, because I want it to be the visible horizon, like it should be. It should be always the visible horizon, not the geometric. Always visible horizon.
So you're saying that the visible horizon isn't geometric Earth curve then?
Oh my God, we're going in circles.
You seem to be muttering.
Okay, so when you get...
So what's the horizon?
We're going in circles.
Okay, no worries. What is the horizon?
Vertical versus zenith is the output of the bubble sextant. The bubble sextant will
we're not using a bubble sextant. I was asking about a regular sextant with a sextant mirror. I know you need to change this subject. Hey, high five to you, Brian, if you were standing here right now. We're talking about a regular sextant with a sextant mirror. What horizon are you looking at in that? Is it not Earth curve?
No, it's visible.
It's not Earth curve. All right, but you think Earth curve blocks boats and buildings at the horizon, though?
Can we move on?
Can we stutter a bit? You think, as a globe believer, that the horizon blocks boats and buildings, though, don't you? That's Earth curve.
Yes, the apparent horizon can block.
So the apparent horizon is now geometric Earth curve blocking boats and buildings, even though it's not, and you'd hope it isn't. A minute ago, you hoped it wasn't geometric Earth curve. But now I've pointed out that in your religion, it's blocking boats and buildings. Do you hope it is? Do you hope it is blocking boats and buildings? Do you hope it is now blocking boats and buildings, or what?
No. What?
No. You hoped it wasn't blocking boats and buildings a minute ago, but now no, you hope it is a geometric horizon to block boats and buildings.
No.
No, you don't seem to know what you don't know.
No, I'm saying no to what you're saying.
So when I say you're not saying it's Earth curve, you are saying the horizon's Earth curve then?
That's not what I'm saying.
You're not saying the horizon's Earth curve. So Virus isn't saying the horizon's Earth curve. Ergo, the horizon isn't Earth curve. We agree. Welcome to Flat Earth, Virus. We agree, it seems. You're not saying the horizon's Earth curve, blocking boats and buildings. We're all clear.
I'm literally not saying anything.
You're not saying anything, just no comment. Interview scenario, you need your lawyer present, right? No comment.
What? I'm not pleading the fifth.
Well, is the horizon Earth curve to block boats and buildings? In which case, we'll establish that the horizon, according to you, is Earth curve. That would be a geometric blockage for boats and buildings. And then we'll establish if we're looking at that in the horizon mirror or not.
We're looking at the vertical. We're looking at the visible horizon.
And that's a tangent point to block boats and buildings, right? It's Earth curve. It's a tangent point. Straight line to it, right?
Your answer.
So it's a tangent point, right?
I just gave you my answer.
Sorry, it's a tangent point. I mean, obviously, earlier you made it expressly clear that Mick West was wrong and it wasn't a tangent point. But now it needs to be a tangent point. So do you want to double speak your way around that and say that it is a tangent point now blocking boats and buildings?
That is not the tangent point.
So it's not Earth curve blocking boats and buildings, ladies and gentlemen. Not a tangent point. Not blocking boats and buildings. Not Earth curve. Welcome to Flat Earth Virus.
There's no point if you're not going to let me finish what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's my bad pointing out that him saying, no, it's not a tangent point. I made that expressly clear, in contradiction to Mick West and his globe Earth calculator and Earth curve geometry. I said it wasn't a tangent point. Now we're at the point that we need to be looking at a horizon and it needs to be a straight line to something. In your maths, that's a tangent point. But you haven't got one, and you've made it expressly clear that it's not that at the horizon. That's not the tangent point. Everywhere you stand's the tangent point. So the horizon can't be that tangent point also now, can it? Even though that's Earth curve, blocking boats and buildings. It can't be that because you're standing on the tangent point. So you've got lots of problems, Varus, haven't you? Yeah, but you don't want to get into it, right? You're not pleading the fifth when I ask you if the tangent point you decried is blocking boats and buildings.
What the fuck are you talking about, Nate?
Yeah, what the fuck am I doing? Raping you!
Oh, what? Okay, I'm
raping you. Yeah, the horizon's not Earth curve, as you've made expressly clear, not a tangent point. You would prefer to assume that all points you stand on are an infinitely expanding flat plane. Oh, my bad, tangent plane we debunked in 2020 at the horizon. That can't be a tangent also. So when I ask you if it's a tangent blocking boats and buildings, you say no. No, it's not a tangent blocking boats and buildings. What the fuck's going on? Your globe Earth religion's being raped.
Okay, I'm glad you summed that up at the end. I was getting a little weird for me there.
Why? You're the one peddling a non-geometric, physical, non-straight straight line that's refracted and simultaneously not a tangent point but needs to block boats and buildings at a tangent point. You glad I cleared that up? Was it not clear that it was an absolute annihilation?
No, it was not clear when you said something about raping. That got a little weird.
Yeah, you, the fundy idiot with a sphere belief and his claims are metaphorically being bent over and raped. That's right. If that wasn't clear, it is now. More importantly, you don't have an elevation angle acquisition capable on a sphere surface. Earth must be flat to measure an elevation angle. And your only attempt to get around it is to describe a tangent plane. And when I point out that you're describing a plane of flat Earth to get the angle, you say it's a single tangent point you beg the question of. When I point out we debunked the tangent in 2020, you made it expressly clear the horizon isn't a tangent. That would be Earth curve blocking boats and buildings. That's where we're at.
All right, so what is a vertex?
Why are you asking me? I don't claim vertices. I claim we measure an elevation angle.
What is a vertex?
Why are you asking me what a vertex is when we've already established it's two straight lines, not a single point?
What is a vertex? A vertex?
We just established it. I reiterated that we'd already established it. You said it was a single point because you're a moron, getting bent over metaphorically with this stupidity claim that a single point gives you a vertices when it's two straight lines meeting at that point that would be described as a vertices. You just don't understand simple geometry, and we already established that.
So all you need to worry about is the vertex.
I don't need to worry about Jack. Elevation angles are perfectly capable of a flat plane. I've got no worries whatsoever here. You, on the other hand, can't get that elevation angle from a curved surface and justified a tangent plane to get the angle. That would be a flat plane for you to get the angle. I've got no worries.
No, you don't need a flat plane in order just to get a point.
Yeah, you do. Elevation angle measurements can only be acquired from a flat plane. Fact. You don't have to like it. It's that tangent plane you drew out that gave you your elevation angle measurement off the flat plane. That's why you drew it, to get the elevation angle measurement that you say doesn't need a flat plane. Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Well,
oh, really? Why did you draw out a tangent plane then? Precisely, pray tell.
The point is what matters, because the point is what a vertex.
A tangent point, is a point where a straight line meets a sphere. Why did you draw out that straight line then? If you didn't need it and G+ gets too excited to let this be clear and audible. Why did you draw out that straight line, that's a tangent, to a point you assumed that would be a sphere? Why do you need that tangent line straight that it is then?
To help with the visualization.
The visualization is the three. You need that straight line, and maybe you could just do it on a sphere surface rather than drawing out a straight flat plane line or automatically. You could just do it off the curved line, couldn't you? You're claiming Earth's curved. I'm asking why you're drawing out a flat plane on it.
To help with the visualization.
Why do you need help? You shouldn't need a flat plane to help you if you've got a sphere. You should just do it on a sphere. Don't ask us for our help and our flat plane geometry and trig. You don't need that if you're on a sphere. Just do it with a sphere. Don't ask me for my help off a flat Earth, okay?
Nobody's asking for help. And
Yeah, you are. You're asking for a flat plane. You're begging me for a flat plane to be slapped on top of your sphere. You need help. And what help is it you're getting? Well, a tangent plane. You need the help of the plane bit to get the elevation angle you said didn't need a flat plane. Yeah, it does. That's why you're drawing one.
It doesn't.
It doesn't?
Virus, why can't you see this?
Because he's saying he doesn't need a flat plane to get an elevation angle. Okay, so by inference, if you don't need a flat plane to get an elevation angle, you can get one from a curved surface. How'd you get an elevation angle from a curved surface?
You already got to answer that. Why? See, this?
Oh, we've already answered it. Yeah, you drew out a big fat plane now, didn't you, when you answered it? And I'm asking why you did that. But you're saying you don't need a flat plane for an elevation angle, even though you drew out a big fat plane.
Oh, God, this is stupid.
Mumble.
He did answer it.
Yeah, he drew out a big fat plane.
No, he said something else. That's what I was trying to get into, say to you earlier. When he talks about the plumb bob, right, and taking an angle off of his vertical, off of his zenith, what he's talking about there is calculating the depression angle, and that way he avoids the surface altogether because he's not creating an elevation angle, because the elevation angle requires the horizontal baseline. So he's just calculating the depression angle off of his zenith, right? But what he doesn't understand is that doesn't change that he has diverging zeniths. So he's avoided the surface.
Stop. You said he did answer because he measured from his zenith. No, that's not an elevation angle.
Yeah, I know, but that's what he's.
So he hasn't answered. I asked him how he got an elevation angle from a curved baseline. That isn't an elevation angle.
I was gonna put it and say he answered as well. When he says we can do that, it's almost like Musa saying you can think of gravity, right? So in the same way, when he says from the tangent point, meaning from wherever you're standing, taking that elevation angle, you can consider it a flat plane, is what he's saying.
Yeah, I get that. He's utilising his assumption of a tangent point to give him a flat plane to work with.
Yeah, but he's switching his story.
Just because he needs a little help with the visualization, guys.
Yeah, he needs a little bit of help from a flat plane.
They need help, man.
Yeah, we could give you that help. Black market elevation angle measurements are available, Virus. We can give you all the help you need. You just need a flat plane. That's all the help you need. A flat Earth to get it.
I'll pass on that. I don't need it.
How'd you get an elevation angle without a flat plane, i.e. from a curved baseline then? If you don't need it, how'd you do that? You already told me.
What if there was no tangent point for you to measure from? How would you do it on a sphere that you think you live on?
He's doing a switcheroo between his tangent plane claim and his depression angle off of his zenith. He's switching between the two as he needs to. That's what's going on. That's what's been going on here with him since he came in.
The religion
I'm glad
is
you're trying
strong
to
with
figure it
this
out. At
one.
least you're trying.
That's an ad hominem attack, not relevant to the address that Brian just gave you.
Yeah, I'm saying at least he's trying to figure it out.
So that's the same ad hominem attack, non-addressed to Brian's rebuttal.
I'm not attacking him whatsoever.
At least he tried. That's attacking him personally. That's saying the inference, he hasn't done very well. But he's tried. Yeah, that's a ad hom, because you haven't addressed his argument about your switcheroo that you're using when you use your angle measured from a zenith. Yeah, that's not going to be done in a normal sextant. And also, it's not an elevation angle measurement.
It's also a denial of Eratosthenes' method.
It's an avoidance of the surface, his curved surface, with both of his claims, using a tangent plane and an angle off his zenith. And
Why, Brian?
I haven't just, one second, Neil, I haven't just tried to understand. I understand it way better than he understands it. He doesn't even understand that he's then claiming, right, if he's using he doesn't understand it with his depression angle claim, he's then using diverging zeniths.
I'm asking you, why is he doing that, Brian?
Because he's avoiding the surface.
No, because he has to. You're right. Because he has to.
That's not why I'm doing it, but I like the attempt. Appreciate you.
Again, that's not a response.
So why are you doing it then?
It's not a rebuttal.
It's me giving my opinion on what I think about him trying to...
Nobody's here for your opinion. We're debating the nature of Earth. And you haven't given us an elevation angle measurement from your curved baseline. You've said it doesn't need a flat plane, but you've ultimately drawn out a tangent plane to acquire it.
I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't win.
My bad. How do you acquire...
What?
My bad. Maybe I was mistaken. Maybe you'll just tell me that you've already told me, given that we're now obviously confused. There's some confusion. How do you acquire an elevation angle from a curved baseline then, Boris?
You actually literally do it from a tangent.
A tangent's a straight line. So we're not going to be dealing with the surface of Earth as a curve then. We're going to be doing it from a flat tangent. A tangent's a straight line, Boris.
Okay.
Okay. Just okay with it.
Listen to me real quick. It doesn't matter what the surface is doing underneath you.
Does it not? So it doesn't matter to you, the globe believer, what the surface is. Shouldn't you be trying to prove that that surface is curved as opposed to telling us it doesn't matter? Oh, it does. It's got to be flat to get an elevation angle. We say it matters because it proves flat Earth. You're saying it doesn't matter because it disproves sphere. So let's just not worry about the surface, because this argument disproves your surface is curved, and you immediately draw out a tangent plane, a flat plane, to do it on. So let's not worry about the surface. The tangent plane's going to be in relation to the surface, though. It's got geographical positions on the tangent plane.
I say one thing.
It's got geographical positions. That's positions on the ground on the tangent plane. So when you say don't worry about the ground, the stuff on your tangent plane, that's not the curved surface, it's a tangent plane, a flat surface, there's going to be ground positions, geographical positions on that tangent plane. That will be in relation to the surface. It's just not your curved Earth surface. But you're telling us not to worry about it. Yeah, we do. You should.
What? I never told you not to worry about what?
The surface, the ground.
Yeah, because you're not using that when you're using a sextant.
Sorry, when you're not using the ground, when you use a sextant, you're navigating on the ground with it. It's a tool for navigation on the ground. But you're telling us as a globe believer that you deny celestial navigation and its processes?
Nope, I'm not.
Well, you are. You've just said it's got nothing to do with the ground, and celestial navigation is about the ground. It's just about a flat ground. And when we point that out, you say, don't worry about the surface.
Yeah, because you're not...
Yeah, we do worry about the surface. It's flat. Has to be flat, because you couldn't get an elevation angle measurement unless it was flat. And it is definitely in relation to the surface. The positions that you're measuring to are the ground positions below the stars on the ground, their geographical position. So when you say, no, this tangent plane isn't needed, it is to get an elevation angle. And it isn't the surface, it is. It's got geographical positions on it. So you're wrong on both counts, but obviously your argument is with celestial navigation at this point, not with me. You just don't understand celestial navigation and you want to go and argue with that process.
I've actually done it myself. But look, even when you go out there, like when you use the sextant, you have the sextant in your hand, you are not worried about the actual land underneath you. You're just trying to get an elevation angle. The elevation angle you can actually get no matter what the surface is doing underneath you. The stuff you do after you have the sextant, you put the sextant down, that lets you know what you're on.
Okay, can you get me a citation that says that the elevation angle doesn't have anything to do with the surface, please?
Yeah, I'll be able to do that once you tell me.
Just do it. Because if you don't, I'll be reading out a one that contradicts that says it has everything to do with the surface. So do you want to do that, or do you want me to just read out my example and definition from elevation angle definitions, formulas, and examples? Would you prefer I just read out my one that contradicts you?
Yeah, I mean, just go for it.
No, did you want to define one that says it's got nothing to do with the surface, please?
I want to hear yours.
You're the one saying it's got nothing to do with the surface. Yeah, that's your claim. I'm offering you the opportunity to back your claim.
I want to hear yours.
Why? It's not me claiming that it's got nothing to do with the surface. I don't have a definition that says it has nothing to do with the surface. You said that. I'm asking you to back your claim, which is wrong. I will disprove you. You're just getting a fair opportunity to prove your claim.
I want yours.
Oh, you just want mine? All right. Did you need to reverse the burden of proof? That's a shame.
You gave me an option. I want yours.
It wasn't an option. You're given the opportunity to prove your claim that an elevation angle has nothing to do with the surface.
It was totally an option, and I'm taking yours. I want yours.
Okay. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote. Sorry, why did you mutter through every fucking word of that? Was it because it absolutely shits all over your claim that elevations angles don't have anything to do with your sphere surface? My bad. You were right. You're right, Virus. Elevation angles don't have anything to do with the surface of a sphere. And you think the ground's a sphere surface. So you were kind of right. Yeah, elevation angles don't have anything to do with measurements off a spherical surface. They do have everything to do with measurements off the ground you're standing on, and that would be a horizontal plane as defined, something you failed to do when challenged.
No, actually, that was completely fine. They did not go against anything that I said whatsoever. I like it.
Virus,
Appreciate that.
Can you go get your citation real quick?
No, his was fine.
So basically, my citation that proves Earth is flat and has everything to do with the surface, so you said it didn't have anything to do with it, is a concession that Earth must be flat to get an elevation angle, because it's a measurement from the horizontal plane you're standing on. So you're standing on a horizontal plane, then, Virus, welcome to flat Earth.
Do you know the horizontal...
Sorry, you just agreed with that citation. I will repeat it now. It states... ... and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. So Virus agrees he is standing on a horizontal plane then.
No, I didn't.
Well, why? Did you just agree with the citation? It's as defined and you agreed. So you're saying the citation's wrong?
No, I'm not.
Well, what are you saying then?
Speaking.
Shut up, whoever's rumpusing this. It seems you don't understand what you're not saying now, Virus. You agreed with the citation and its definition in regards to the, quote, horizontal plane the observer is standing on, something you said it had no relevance to. You've now agreed with that citation.
Read that last part again, because I don't...
Oh, I'll read that again with pleasure. And the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Salty? Salty balls? Salty balls? Salty? Salty? Salty testicles?
Really?
Slapping around your face, those salty balls? Salty much? Yes. Yes, the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, the one that you said bared no relevance. We now understand what you actually meant. That angle measurement from a flat plane you're standing on bears no relevance to your sphere surface, because the surface isn't a sphere.
I have no problem with that citation because of...
Well, then, welcome to flat Earth. You're standing on a horizontal plane, then?
That's not what that means.
Well, what? Let's just read it again, so we can clarify what it means. And the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Yeah, that definitely means you're standing on a horizontal plane.
And you're opposed to the vertical. That's all it is. It's nothing special.
Sorry, you're going to redefine this? You're going to change my citation? Didn't you have one of your own rather than altering mine that you said you were fine with? Did you need to alter it because you're a globe believer? You need this citation to mean something it doesn't mean because you're a globe believer and your globe surface has nothing to do with this.
I like it word for word. Yours is fine. Word.
Excellent. Welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah? The angle measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. You agree? Well, welcome to Flat Earth, Forrest. Good, good, good.
We're not talking about the surface of the Earth.
So when he says the horizontal plane the observer is standing on when you're measuring an angle to the sun, you don't think that's referring to the ground we're standing on?
Part of that tangent plane.
Sorry, did you mutter much? You don't think when he specifically says, quote, plane the observer is standing on, end quote, you don't think he means the plane we're standing on?
No.
No, right. So you think he specifically means something contrary to what he actually said then?
No, I mean...
No, well, that would be a yes if you think that's not specifically referencing the horizontal plane we're standing on. It'd have to be, because you'd need the baseline to be flat to measure an angle. It has to be flat. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an angle measurement if the baseline was curved, Virus.
You're not paying attention, okay.
I'm not paying attention to when he says the horizontal plane we're standing on and you say it isn't what he means. It's not what we're standing on. Salty? Salty much? My balls? They salty? Salty much, Virus? Flat Earthers balls? How do they taste?
I mean, if
taste salty? Salty much? Maybe I'm not paying attention to my balls slapping you in the face. Salty? Are they salty? Don't seem to be answering me then. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, salty much, Virus. We stand on a measurably flat plane.
I mean, it's measurably not, but okay.
Measurably not flat? No, the citation for an elevation angle detailed how it specifically was flat. It'd have to be. You couldn't get an angle otherwise. I mean, you can chant straight through the middle of me that it's not the case, but by definition it is.
I get it now. You think your voice is me talking over you. My phone is just loud enough.
I think we should spend 20 minutes discussing who's talking over who. When elevation angles prove Earth's flat, we can discuss who's talking over who for 20 minutes, rather than you sucking it up and accepting that the definition of an elevation angle measurement absolutely includes you and the flat plane you're standing on, because we are indeed standing on a measurably flat plane, as elevation angles prove.
Then what does 60 nautical miles...
Why are you asking me something?
Because I think you're afraid of it.
Oh, how sweet. You haven't answered how we get an elevation angle from a curved baseline, but you think we need to move on to what we do thereafter. No, so after we've got an elevation angle measurement proving flat Earth, you want to ask me what we do with it?
I already answered that a long...
Oh, you already answered it? Yeah, we know. You drew out a big fat plane and put a dingleberry Earth below it that didn't have anything to do with the acquisition of this angle. The only thing that had any relation to the acquisition of the angle was the flat plane, not the curved surface. You called it a tangent plane. That's what got you this elevation angle measurement. But you're a dumbo. You later denied that the flat plane was even required, after drawing one out to get one with a dingleberry Earth dangling beneath it. So you don't understand basic geometry. That's what we're actually dealing with, complete clownness.
And basic geometry?
What, you're going to tell me that I don't understand basic geometry while I'm telling you that you don't understand basic geometry?
The vertex is the most important part of getting the angle. It doesn't matter what those lines do afterwards, but the vertex is the most important part. You can get that from the tangent point on any curved surface.
He's
That's
either a
basic
liar or a
geometry.
moron.
A liar?
No, the lines extend to the GP. You can't say it doesn't matter what they're doing afterwards. What it's doing is extending to the GP.
The line goes to the GP.
No, not only that, the elevation angle starts from the GP.
What? What?
Yes. Your elevation starts from the GP upwards.
George, we talked about this.
Your horizontal line needs to meet the GP at 90 degrees.
George, I'd rather talk to Nathan.
I just got a bike. Where can I get a license?
Okay, so meanwhile, elevation angles prove we're on a flat plane. They can only be measured if the Earth's flat.
Yeah. I love how y'all take the assumption of assume that we're on a
Irish, you're
flat
so
plane.
cooked.
Assume we're on a flat plane. That must mean we're actually on one.
No, the acquisition of two straight lines meeting at a vertex would require that the surface of Earth is flat. You can't perform that geometry unless it's flat. And to do it, you drew out a tangent plane to do it.
No, are you?
Yeah. I know you want to now deny that you did that, but that is what you do, and that is what globers do. I'm not stereotyping you did it on this show. That is how you did it. You drew out a tangent plane.
I don't.
Yes, you did. Now, you saying you don't to try and get around this doesn't alter what globe earthers do when they infer spherical trig and elevation angle acquisition. They draw out a tangent plane. I know what they do. I've seen enough diagrams. What you do is inconsequential when we've defeated the globe earth argument, and you need to throw yourself on your sword by claiming it's not what you claim. I don't care. We defeated the tangent plane globe earthers require in order to acquire an elevation angle measurement. They need a flat plane. You call it a tangent plane even though the tangent point ball below does nothing for the acquisition of the angle itself. The only thing that's needed is the flat plane. And when you use it and utilise it thereafter, that flat plane is in relation to ground positions of stars. The star on the ground below where the star is positioned. That's its geographical position, or GP. So you're referencing the flat plane only, not the sphere Earth. Yeah, your tangent plane has had its tangent debunked.
It never had it bumped. And also, I don't care about
Sorry, it never had it debunked. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon, that's the tangent point geometric sphere edge formerly known as Earth curve, could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height feet. That is the Earth curve geometry for the tangent point in the Earth curve maths. However, the distance to horizon in the black swan imagery is beyond the geometric limitations of an Earth sphere radius 3959. On screen now is a rebuttal to that argument, which bends the lines to the horizon. Ergo, they are not straight lines to acquire an elevation angle from. That's two straight lines meeting at a vertex, something that the horizon won't give you if you look in a sextant and you've got a globe faith of atmosphere. Ergo, the horizon, geometric tangent point marked at G in this diagram, is actually, according to their rebuttal to the black swan, at H with a bent line to it, no longer a straight line tangent point. So you haven't got a horizon for a tangent point, according to Andrew Thomas Young and this diagram of refracted donkey dick horizons. Not a tangent point. That's your tangent point in your maths, according to Andrew Thomas Young. I don't concern myself too much with what virus Mongol math says, because globe earth maths is pretty much set in stone. You don't have a geometric tangent point for a horizon. It was your tangent point in your geometry prior to 2020 when it was debunked with the black swan. Your statement that preceded was wrong. Yes, we have debunked your tangent virus.
Do you want Zanic to get in here? He's saying that we're confused.
Yeah, y'all
No,
are
we're
confused,
not
but that is
confused.
like y'all are conflating the tangent and the horizon together. This is not related.
No, you do that. You call the Earth curve edge, sphere edge, tangent point the horizon, marked with an X, labelled horizon, in your begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking, Earth curve mathematics. It's claimed to block boats and buildings. That is your geometric Earth curve tangent point, not mine.
That's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's what you were talking
speaking.
about when you claimed I had something to do with that claim. What are you, Simon Dan? You're going to rephrase your tangent point to be mine and so you can debunk it when we have already debunked it with the black swan in 2020.
I have literally told you over 100
He's
times.
claiming a different tangent point, Nathan. He's claiming a different tangent point. He's not claiming.
I've told you
he
plenty
will
of
be
times that's
claiming.
not the tangent
He
point.
will be claiming. Excuse me, Virus. He will be claiming the tangent point you're talking about, but that's after he claims his first tangent point, which will be
No,
where
I
he's putting his
won't,
tangent
because
plane,
this
which is
literally
directly
has nothing
underneath
to
his
do with
feet.
the horizon.
And the reason he's putting this underneath his feet is because they can't prove their curved surface, so they can't use a curved surface, so they have to use a flat plane.
Okay, he's
That
saying
is
in the
wrong.
background. Okay,
Wrong.
thank you, Brian. He's saying in the background, no,
Wrong,
I'm not
Brian.
claiming the
Appreciate it,
tangent
but
point
wrong.
as the horizon, right, Virus? That's your claim. You're not claiming the horizon's a tangent point?
That's not okay. When we're talking about like celestial navigation, we're not talking about a geometric horizon, period.
You don't have a geometric horizon. That was Earth curve.
God damn. I mean,
Yeah, goddamn. Yeah, we want to put that argument with geometric horizons being Earth curve blocking boats and buildings on the shelf for now. We're talking about celestial horizons, and we're going to be needing straight lines in that argument. So let's just put that bent line horizon in the cupboard on the shelf and not talk about it. Yeah, Earth curve would be your tangent point horizon, though, blocking boats and buildings. Remember, Virus? You, like little Judas, denied it several times. Yeah, you said the tangent point wasn't the horizon.
yeah, that's because you try to give me your claim.
Yeah, you said the tangent point wasn't the horizon and we welcomed you to flat Earth. Because it is, in your maths, that we debunked in 2020 with the Black Swan. It used to be a tangent point horizon Earth curve. And like this image from National Geographic, they claim that at 1.2 times the square root of the observer science feet, where this boat is, with an obstruction at the bottom of the flag, that's an Earth curve physical geometric limitation to your view, even though they forgot to realise that there's a horizon behind the boat. So obviously the geometric tangent point doesn't exist. We know. And you know too. That's why you were welcome to Flat Earth. We debunked the tangent point claimed in the geometry, again here by National Geographic. Not you, Virus. National Geographic, a far bigger, bolder claim of your tangent point, drawn with this little man inside view, with a straight line to the horizon tangent point. Yeah? That's the one that you denied, that National Geographic are making clear in this slide, is a tangent point Earth curve edge horizon. Claim to be blocking this here boat, that you say isn't a tangent point, right, Virus? National Geographic are wrong.
You done?
What? Teabagging you? No, I could do this all day. You know, you say Earth curve edge horizons aren't claimed to be tangent points, and then I throw up a slide from National Geographic that shows that is your claim. But we've debunked that claim with the Black Swan. It was the slide before. Ask me if I'm done teabagging you so I can repeat how I teabagged you again. Ask if I'm done. Salty? Salty much? Salty balls? Salty flat earther balls? Salty? Salty much? Salty?
Get your salty balls out of your teacup.
Sorry, you haven't got the capability of measuring an elevation angle, Virus. Your sphere Earth won't give you that. And you haven't got a geometric sphere edge tangent point to claim either it was the horizon. I know you denied it. But then I threw up a few National Geographic examples of how you're denying the very claim globe Earth makes.
Red herrings.
Red herring? What, National Geographic showing what globe Earth claims when you say it isn't is a red herring? Oh no, au contraire. No, globe Earth definitely is claimed to have a geometric sphere edge tangent point, blocking boats and buildings. It's just we debunked it and you'd rather we shelf that for now, wouldn't you, Virus?
No, I don't care about that. It's enough.
You don't care about the fact you haven't got Earth curve? I would have thought that was a primary concern. Man, this globe believer doesn't care that we've debunked Earth curve. You don't care.
You're giving me non sequiturs.
Non sequitur. We're on a flat Earth debate, and we've had, according to the globe Earth claim, thousands of years of claims that the sphere edge horizon is Earth curve. And when I point out that we've debunked it, he says he doesn't care and it's non sequitur.
Because you keep thinking that the tangent point is the horizon, the geometric horizon. They have nothing to do with each other in this context.
In this context? So in this context, geometric tangent point horizons aren't geometric tangent point horizons as claimed in Earth curve maths. In this context, Earth curve isn't the horizon, right?
It's getting annoying that you don't get that.
Oh, really? Salty? Salty much? Tickling, right? Is that the annoyance? My tickly balls. Tickly balls, right? That's really annoying. Tickling you, right? Tickling you? Tickling you while you lie dying. I mean, you can call being shot in the face and teabagged an irritation if you like, as you respawn.
Squeaky, squeaky.
An irritation, like a hemorrhoid, like a dingleberry hanging off a flat plane, huh? That's a tangent.
Yeah, you don't need it. You really don't even need it.
Oh, what you don't need? What you don't need?
Go on, Brian.
Yeah, what's going on here, Nathan, is every time I try to say that to you, Virus wants to overtalk me Because Virus is pretending that he's irritated, but he's not. What he's doing, he's getting exactly what he's looking for, which is for you to not spot when he's conflating between the tangent point he's claiming underneath his feet and the tangent point at his geometric horizon. Every time I try to point out anything he's doing, he talks over me and confuses it so you don't get to hear it. He's talking about the point underneath his feet, and that's the one he's going to create a tangent plane of. He will be talking about the other one later if he understands the celestial navigation plane. But he's definitely talking about the one underneath his feet that he's creating. But either way, that one underneath his feet will be to a sphere curved surface, so he's not using the surface of his sphere to do any of this. He's just switching between the claim of a tangent plane or a depression angle off of his zenith. He's going from one to the other, and he's happy that it's going the way it's going because this is what he wants.
No, this is very frustrating.
Nathan,
this is not what I want.
Nathan, I'd like to ask you a question since I've been listening here for a while. Can you read that reference or citation where you read to him about standing on that plane? Can you read that fully first, please?
The altitude angle, open brackets, sometimes referred to as the, quote, solar elevation angle, end quote, close brackets, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on, end quote. Sustainable by design, altitude angle definition.
All right. Horizontal plane that the observer is standing on. He tried earlier to switch from a regular sextant using the sea horizon to a bubble sextant. I got a question for him. On that bubble artificial horizon using a spirit level bubble, is that eye line horizontal bent or straight, Virus?
You said is what, bent or straight?
The eye line horizontal given to you by the bubble sextant, not using the
eye lines
surface.
are always straight.
Thank you very
Eye
much.
lines are always straight.
On this one, thank you very much. So the eye line horizontal is straight, but the one the observer is standing on isn't?
What? You're not standing on an eye line.
Earlier, when I defined it,
You're not using the sea horizon with a bubble sextant. When you use the sextant in the ocean, you aim the horizon mirror at the horizon, take height of eye correction to get that sea level, creating a horizontal to where your eye line would be.
I'm not saying otherwise. What are you talking about? I'm saying what you're standing on, that line.
Your eye line horizon is straight, but then when we're not using the bubble sextant and it still works after height of eye correction, that horizontal is not straight.
Your eye line is always straight.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I said that already.
So,
yeah,
okay.
But when you're using the sea horizon, you're standing on it.
You're standing on your eye line?
No, you dummy.
Wow.
What are you talking about? You use your eyes for this.
So when you say the line of sight is straight, is it no Atmo day then?
The line representing light bends. The line representing your sight doesn't.
Representing your sight? What do you mean?
Are you just going to repeat what I'm saying?
I asked you what you mean when you say representing your line of sight.
Okay, you know how in the orthodontic view, y'all always had a problem. Remember the donkey dick geometry thing y'all had? Yeah, the light that the line that bends represent light. The line that represents your eye line is never bent. The only line that bends is the one that represents light.
What the hell does this have to do with teeth? What's this got to do with teeth?
I was going to say.
This was your black swan argument you always bring up. You're talking about light changes.
Bro, it's orthographic, not orthodontic.
Sorry, in the orthographic view, you're saying that the line that represents your line of sight is straight.
Time to smoke. Shit, I'm tripping. It's time to smoke.
Sorry, you're saying in the orthographic view, the line of sight that's representative of what you're seeing is straight. That's what you're saying, and I'm asking if it's no Atmo day.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the line representing light that would bend, not your eyesight.
So it's a bent line then?
Yeah, the bent line is light.
Bent line won't give you an angle. Bent line won't give you an angle.
Your eyesight will, because that's represented by a straight line.
You just told us how it was bent.
No, you're mixing up my.
Stop double speaking.
Look, I'm giving you two different things.
That would be double speak, yes. So the line of sight in your begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking, earth curve mathematics, after response to the black swan is bent. But you're saying the contrary, because you need an angle. So you need it to be straight again. So you're saying the line of sight that we see in the diagram in orthographic view, we don't see a line of sight in orthographic view because you see the side of your own head. That's not my line of sight. That's the first problem you've got when you describe it in orthographic view as a line of sight. Secondly, it doesn't matter if you draw it in orthographic view or not, your line of sight is subject to an hour-based refraction and is not straight and won't give you an angle.
And that's where you're wrong. In that view, you...
Sorry, I'm wrong. No, that's your rebuttal to the black swan. That's not my claim that all the lines on a globe Earth are subject to terrestrial refraction. You're telling your globe believers that chanted refraction. They're wrong, are they?
No.
Well, why are you telling me that the line of sight they told us for 2 years is bent, is now straight then? Either they're wrong or they're not wrong. They, being anti-flat earthers, making it explicitly clear, no straight lines ever, what is it no Atmo Day? Now, you are expressly telling us that you've got some straight lines. No, you haven't. Unless those anti-flat earthers chanting refraction are wrong.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying.
I'm listening.
The lines that represent light are bent. The lines...
They don't give you straight lines for angles, then. So your claim on a globe totally fails to give you an angle, then.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God, I'm getting teabagged. Yeah, that would be another time you've been shot in the face. You can respawn and try your little circle jerk do-si-do again. That's right. Bent lines for you in orthographic view, thanks to the atmosphere, subject lines to refraction, bending them, won't give you a capability of measuring an angle.
The atmosphere does not bend the direction you look in.
According to the anti-flat earthers, it does.
No, it does. I've never...
Well, according to the flat earthers, anti-flat earthers, you've got bent lines, subject to refraction always, atmosphere. Only recently, Mr. Sensible made it explicitly clear, no straight lines to a geometric horizon ever.
We're not even talking about a geometric horizon. So
no, you need a straight line to a tangent point. So you're talking about straight lines of sight. You need them to be straight. Interesting that you're trying to get a straight line again, given that your surface is curved.
I do not need a straight line to it.
Well, why are you trying to get one then? I mean, earlier you told us it's really easy to get a straight line from a curve. Now you're telling me you don't need one? Well, okay, if you don't need one, you could surely explain how you got an elevation angle without having one.
You don't need a geometric horizon for that.
So you don't need Earth curve?
Don't need a geometric horizon.
Don't need Earth curve, ladies and gentlemen. Don't need a geometric horizon. Don't need it. No? Okay, welcome to Flat Earth.
Just throw it in the trash.
Yep, just throw that Earth curve in the trash when it comes to geometric horizons and your claim of tangency. Don't need it to be a horizon now, even though it's very much marked with an X-labelled horizon and a tangent point in Earth curve maths. Just chuck it in the bin.
Don't throw it away because...
Don't throw it away. So your tangent point is the horizon again, double-speaking clown.
60 nautical miles per degree.
So why are you chanting through me? All very painful, this constant stream of double-speak. Now you've respawned.
60 nautical miles.
Sorry, back to 69 nautical miles. You haven't got an elevation angle yet. Why are you applying 69 nautical miles to an angle that you've taken? You haven't got a capability of getting the angle from a curved baseline. Yet you want to move past that and start talking about how you can apply it? No, you haven't got one on a curved surface.
Elevation angle.
Sorry, why are you chanting through me again? Is it just that painful?
No.
Well, then why don't you shut up? You're talking about the acquisition being done already and then the application of the miles that you'll apply to that line, that straight line, that angle that you can't get on a sphere. Just whistling past the graveyard of the elevation angle that you'd need a flat plane to get.
Degree is a curved line. We already got the elevation angle a long time.
Oh, so when I pointed out that you've already got it from a flat plane, when you start this argument and talk about the extrapolation with the nautical miles, yet you've already got that angle that was got from a flat plane.
No, I didn't need a flat plane for it. I told you.
How'd you get the elevation angle from a curved baseline?
I already told you. Quit.
Every time I ask him, he tells me he's already told me. I mean, if he was really convinced of his globe proof, he'd be rubbing it in my face like I'm rubbing my balls in his face when I say you can't get an elevation angle from a curved surface. 2 straight lines would require a flat baseline. It's just a fact of geometry. I mean, I can restate that hundreds of times, as opposed to me pathetically telling you that I've already told you. I take pride in telling you again.
I don't.
Yeah, because you haven't got anything to tell me. You keep telling me it is possible to get an elevation angle from a curved baseline. That's fundamentally incorrect, because it's 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex. The baseline is claimed to be a tangent plane if you're a globe believer, something you simultaneously deny. Also, the tangent point itself is claimed to be Earth curve, something you also deny. Well, that's pathetic. Mumble through every fucking word. I'm going to kick him out. His time's over. He's not listening anymore.
Can I ask a question? Right.
He'll just mumble through you.
Virus. You know,
he's got his mic wide open, Brian. I've just told you he's not going to listen to a fucking word you say. He's got his mic wide open. He's mumbled through everything I've just said.
I'll try him. I'll just try him, and if it goes wrong, it goes wrong. Virus. You know the claim of 60 nautical miles per degree? You've made it a few times here.
Salty?
What about it?
Salty?
Yeah. So you know the claim. Hello? Virus, give me some feedback. You know the claim? Are you there?
I said, what about it?
Okay. Does that require parallel zeniths or diverging zeniths for that process?
Ask that one more time.
Does the claim of 60 nautical miles per degree, does that process require parallel zeniths or diverging zeniths?
Diverging. It doesn't require parallel, I'll tell you that much.
No, it requires parallel. You know why it requires parallel?
Dennis, before. Have you ever tried it?
Right.
Have you ever tried this with parallels before?
I know exactly
it don't work.
Yes, yeah. And I have.
Okay, yeah, I've tried it with that, and it don't work.
It does. That's celestial navigation stated.
Sorry, is your argument with celestial navigation? Sorry, Boris, just a quick question. Seems your beef is with celestial navigation? With 90 degrees and parallel lines to the zenith? Did you want to chant through me while I point out that you're just arguing against celestial navigation right now?
And I'm telling you, I love celestial navigation.
Well, it uses 90 degrees below you and parallel lines at the GP of the star.
Man, come on, I know.
What'd you say, come on? Yeah. I mean, now, John, do you see how he's a fucking liar? He says he loves celestial navigation. It makes it explicitly clear that there's parallel lines. They must be. That's why it works at altitude, and you can just establish a horizontal with a bubble sextant. Doesn't matter, because they run parallel. Now he's saying, no, they don't. It doesn't work. I've tried it. No, he's fucking not. He's a liar.
He's never done that.
Expressing his love for it while telling us they're wrong. But he loves it, though.
He's saying, I love celestial navigation, but you are wrong. No, celestial navigation has them parallel. That's a fact. So don't go up 5 octaves while we point out your bloody lie. That's wrong. Either your beef is with celestial navigation because you don't understand it, you're saying it is something it isn't. You're saying it's diverging zeniths. That's wrong.
The zeniths cannot be parallel if you...
They are parallel in celestial navigation. Now, you're denying that, and I'm calling you a liar. Because you're saying you love celestial navigation, which explicitly describes them being parallel with 90 degrees at the GP and at your position, meaning they can only be parallel. You're now lying, saying you've done it, but ultimately framing it like you're arguing against me, aka Flat Earth's position, when in fact your argument is against what celestial navigation actually does. If you say, no, it's not parallel, yes, it is. That is celestial navigation. You saying it isn't, you love it, but you've done it and it isn't, that is a lie.
It's not a lie.
Yeah, it fucking is. Citation that shows reciprocal zenith angles for celestial navigation. Go.
Flat. Show me where can they...
Don't tell me to cite something. If you want to say that they are diverging, you can provide a citation that shows that. Salty lying fuck. Salty bollocks from my balls on your face as you lie dying. Yeah? Celestial navigation requires them to be parallel. You lying fuck.
Squeaky, squeaky.
60 nautical miles per degree. It's not done flat. I guarantee you. I like for you to...
They're not done flat.
It has to be flat.
Has to be flat, can only be done flat, can't acquire an elevation angle unless it's flat. You're yet to give us an answer of how you acquire an elevation angle from a curved baseline. You tell us you've already told us. When I consistently repeat that you cannot acquire an elevation angle if the surface is curved. You've been asked if you've got diverging zeniths, and you've said, oh, yeah, definitely, I've done it, and I love celestial navigation. You saying that they run parallel is a lie. No, you are a liar. You have not done celestial navigation, and they did not diverge.
They did not run parallel.
That's celestial navigation. Someone got a citation for me, please, so I can just show it on screen, absolutely demonstrate him a liar as he chants through us, showing him to be a liar by citation when he is yet to cite his claim. I'm going to give you a second chance to cite it. Do you want to cite that when doing celestial navigation, you've got diverging zeniths when they describe 90 degrees at your zenith and at the GP of the star, making it fundamentally incorrect already, but I'm going to ask you to cite that they're not 90 degree at the zenith of the star and you, as described in celestial navigation. You lying fucker.
Ooh,
Cite it.
I'm about to post it right now.
Cite it. Post it in Discord.
I am. God damn, bro. Patience. I already said I was.
Hello?
We're waiting for a citation.
What's the name of the channel? What's the name of the
1 second, Virus.
So I can't find it on my list. What's the name of the channel? Somebody quick.
After show.
No, it's not in the after show. The one we chat.
Live stream Nathan Oakley.
No, that won't work either. Live. Let me see. Live stream.
What did you
I
say,
got too
Brian?
many Discord groups. Sorry.
It's the same one you were looking at all the citations for. But I mean, if enough obfuscation comes our way rather than silence, hopefully the point will be forgotten. Go on, Brian.
Yeah, I'm just looking for, because tent doesn't seem to be there. I'm just looking for the co-altitude definition or citation. The tent has all the citations. But co-altitude is zenith distance. Co-altitude. Does Virus even know what co-altitude means?
Yeah, if it's 60 degrees in the sky, it's 30. Got you. All right, so
No, that's not co-altitude. That's not co-altitude. The co-altitude in celestial navigation is talking about the parallel zeniths. That's why in celestial navigation, the height of the star doesn't matter because the zeniths are parallel. So the zenith distance between the star, even if it's a 1,000 miles high, and the co-altitude of the observer zenith, that distance will always equal the horizontal baseline distance on the surface of the Earth. And that is why 1 minute of degree will always match 1 nautical mile, and vice versa. It can only work that way with parallel zeniths. It can't work with diverging zeniths. In your model, right? If you used a star that's 10 light years away, then your co-altitude distance has to also be 10 light years away. Then that would be maybe 40 light years of a co-altitude zenith distance in your model. 40 light years. You can't use 1-for-1 minutes of degree and nautical miles if you're using diverging zeniths. You can only use that process with parallel zeniths. That's why they never
Well,
have
I
to
hate
stay
to
the
tell
height
you
of a
that
star.
I just posted it for you, but yes, that bottom line is definitely curved. It is curved by 60 nautical miles per degree. That is literally what curves your baseline for you. Everything else deals with straight lines.
No,
you don't curve.
You don't understand.
And I
it.
just
You don't
posted
understand.
it in chat.
If there's
I just posted it in chat.
Is there parallel zeniths? Is there parallel zeniths, or there is diverging zeniths in your
I
definition?
posted it in chat.
Is there parallel or diverging zeniths in your definition? In your
definition?
diagram. In your diagram, is there parallel or is there diverging?
They're not going to be parallel. They're not going to be parallel. I'll tell you that much.
Are they parallel or diverging? The zeniths in your diagram.
I just told you that they're not parallel. Don't make me repeat
It's not celestial navigation then. You can't use
it is celestial navigation. It's
okay,
this is literally this is a citation that y'all like to use.
What is the distance
this is something
to the star,
that y'all use.
Hold on, Brian, hold on. Yeah. Okay. I've got it up on screen.
I can't see that, Nathan. Someone will have to post it in Masterby. If you're using diverging zeniths, if you're using diverging zeniths, then you must use the distance to the star, because you're using a globe.
No, you don't need the distance to the stars either.
Yes, you do.
Could try
That's
that.
co-altitude. Yes, you do. That is co-altitude.
Sorry, this doesn't show diverging zeniths. Where are they?
What do you mean, where are they?
You're having a fucking laugh.
Yeah, please tell me anywhere on there where there'll be parallel zeniths.
No. You show me the diverging ones. It's your claim that these prove diverging zeniths. What I see is a flat plane with an angle measurement being taken off a flat plane, with a circle being drawn around it to give you the arc as the curve, but the arc would be the angle. It'd be the number of degrees. It's not the surface. The angle measurement's coming from a flat plane in the middle of this circle. So this depiction is of a flat plane being used to take an angle virus.
That is not a flat plane. Are you...
Okay, I'll show it for the audience. This is a flat plane. This is the point where the angle is measured, marked with a great big blue arrow. That is where the angle is measured. This is a straight, flat baseline being used to measure the angle. And where's this angle being measured from? Is it being measured on what could be inferred as the outside edge of a sphere surface? No, definitely not. Being measured on a flat plane. Now, obviously, the star is going to be capable of being described as being on this outside edge of something spherical, but the measurement's coming from this flat plane in the middle, in your diagram.
Okay,
there's that. Okay, I'm fucked again.
No, that's that okay, I can't...
Okay, this is a flat plane. That's where the angle's coming from. Here's the baseline. It's straight and flat. Those are the facts of this diagram.
He has diverging zeniths. This is not parallel zeniths. It will not work with 60 nautical miles per degree. This does not work with 60 nautical miles per degree. He actually is invoking the north. It doesn't. You're invoking the North Star. That is 434 light years away.
Tells you how it does it right there in front of you.
Virus, please. Virus, I'm speaking. That is 434 light years away to Polaris in your model. That means that your co-altitude distance is 434 light years away. Sorry, your observer zenith co-altitude is 434 light years away from the surface of your sphere. Now that would be hundreds of light years of a zenith distance. You cannot use 1 nautical mile per 1 minute of degree with diverging zeniths. It requires parallel zeniths. Can't use it any other way. You completely lose all measurement along the surface of Earth.
Yeah, and I'm sorry that right there in front of your face, that shows you that you're wrong. That literally tells you why 60 nautical miles per degree. That literally tells you why it says 60 nautical miles per degree equals a curved surface and not something flat. It literally tells you that right there on that piece of paper.
Excuse me, Excuse me, right? That is from the center of the globe. Excuse me, I'm speaking.
No, excuse me, nothing.
Excuse me,
no
that is from the center. Excuse me, that's from the center of a globe, and that is a back engineering of flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. Elevation angles require the surface of Earth, and it requires a flat plane. You cannot use diverging. You cannot use 1 nautical mile per 1 minute of degree unless you have parallel zeniths. They do not work with diverging zeniths. Because with parallel zeniths,
it's 60 nautical miles per degree.
No,
Brian,
well,
you're
I
wrong.
said 1 nautical mile per 1 minute of degree. I don't need your corrections. 1 nautical mile per 1 minute of degree. Hello?
There we go.
I don't need your corrections. Yeah. I said that. I didn't say 1 degree. I said 1 nautical mile per 1 minute of degree. Now,
all of us heard when it doesn't matter. You have to have a diverging zenith for that to work.
Excuse me, White Knight. Excuse me, White Knight. You can't do that without parallel zeniths.
You absolutely can't have it with parallel zeniths. It has to be a zenith that changes with position on the surface.
Fuck is
Now
this?
you're talking over me.
What is co-altitude zenith distance? White Knight, come on. What is co-altitude zenith distance?
Oh, don't go all quiet now.
No, leave him.
Mr.
No,
White
leave
Knight.
him. Chocolate, leave him talk. What is co-altitude zenith distance?
Tell us, Brian. What is co-altitude zenith distance?
Co-altitude is the altitude of the observer zenith matching the altitude of the celestial body. The zenith celestial body. So that means that if the celestial body above its GP is 1,000 miles, then the co-altitude of the observer zenith is 1,000 miles, right? But they have to, right? They have to be parallel because you're going to use 1 minute of degree per 1 nautical mile. And the only way to do that is to have parallel zeniths. So it doesn't matter if the celestial body is 1 million light years away or 1 mile away, because the parallel zeniths mean that the distance between the two zeniths will always be equal because they're parallel, right, all the way through, from the altitude of the celestial body all the way down to the surface of the Earth. So you cannot use this with diverging zeniths. Now, I don't know who that White Knight was that came in to try to correct me on something that I didn't say, but he seems to have gone very quiet, and so is Acrovirus. Well, come on, experts, come on, let's see what you got. Bring that guy back on.
Zanic, where you at, buddy?
Was that Zanic?
Oh, yeah, okay. If you want me to speak, I'll speak. I don't think I'm supposed to, so I'd rather be quiet.
Well, you got really quiet when you mentioned something about co-altitude something.
We all know what the altitude is. It's basically the same as the elevation angle.
The distance. In celestial navigation.
Yeah, we can establish, as Acrovirus said, we can establish this elevation angle via the complementary angle of the zenith angle, right? And if you have that complementary angle, and you can use that to determine...
No, never mind. Depression.
Hey, asswipe. Brian is asking you a fucking question, man.
I'm not leaving this, Zanic. We're going to stay on this.
Sure, we stay on it.
That's not Zanic. That's not Zanic, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I didn't think it was. It didn't sound like him. It doesn't matter who it is. Whoever it is, they're not answering the question because they know that the answer debunks their claim of diverging zeniths. And Acrovirus has gone missing as well.
The other guy is definitely Zanic. I'm looking at the tag right now. It says Zanic. S equals DQ.
Nobody's sounding like
over
Zanic spoke up. That wasn't.
Well, it doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter who it is. Whoever they are, they spoke up. They were asked a question and they've avoided it. They came in trying to talk about depression angles, trying to avoid the co-altitude zenith distance question. And he originally came in trying to correct me on something I didn't say. trying to convolute the situation and trying to take the train off the tracks. Because he knew Acum virus had nowhere to go.
You can't have parallel zeniths and have a 60 nautical miles per degree relationship.
Your globe, that's correct. You can't have parallel zeniths on your globe, but you have to have parallel zeniths to do celestial navigation. Co-altitude zenith distance.
No, you can't have parallel
You
zeniths
have to
at
have
all.
16 nautical miles per degree. You have to have parallel zeniths.
If they were parallel zeniths, then why does the celestial body change position?
Yes. Celestial navigation.
As soon as I say a word, you're going to talk over me, Brian? As soon as you move, you have a... As soon as I say a word, you talk. I'm not going to participate.
So what is the co-altitude zenith distance? What is co-altitude zenith distance? Are you going to answer the question?
Tell us again, Brian.
Yeah, co-altitude zenith distance, Nathan, is parallel zeniths, where it doesn't matter how high the celestial object is, whether it's 1 mile or 1 million miles, it doesn't matter what distance it is from the surface of Earth, because the observer's co-altitude the co-altitude of the observer zenith will match the altitude of the celestial body. But because the zeniths are parallel, the distance from the celestial body to the co-altitude of the observer zenith will always be exactly the same distance across the sky as it is along the surface of Earth. That's how you can use. That is why 60 nautical miles per degree works. 1 nautical mile equals to 1 minute of degree. They can't work without parallel zeniths. It doesn't work with diverging zeniths. Only works with parallel zeniths. So any claims, I may as well speak because they are gone quiet, any claims of diverging zeniths from our globe proponents means that they're not talking about celestial navigation and they're debunking the globe, because that means they have to use the actual distances for the zenith from their GPs, they have to use the actual distances to the celestial objects. So if you're talking about Polaris, you're talking 434 or something light years away, right? That means the co-altitude distance of the observer zenith must be 434 light years from the surface of the sphere. And that gives them hundreds and hundreds of light year zenith distance across the sky.
Can you say that one more time, Brian? How did you extrapolate the height? The co-altitude.
How did I establish? Sorry, did you ask me to repeat that?
Well, I was going to tell you what question. I was going to answer your question for you, but okay,
I'll
go
repeat
ahy
that again. Do you want me to repeat it again? Do you want me to repeat that?
No, why don't you repeat that again? Yeah, you said something about 400
If you're using
light years.
diverging zeniths, because when you use parallel zeniths, you don't need to use the height of the celestial body. Doesn't matter, because the zeniths are parallel. So in celestial navigation, they never have to deal with the altitude of the celestial bodies, the actual altitude. It doesn't matter because the zeniths are parallel. But when
no, they're not, because that by definition is wrong.
But when you are using diverging, excuse me. But when you are using diverging zeniths, no, I'm speaking. When they're using diverging zeniths, you will be then invoking a sphere. So then you must use the distance to the celestial object from the GP. And that the co-altitude zenith from the observer must match that distance. So if you're using Polaris,
I see your confusion.
That would be 434 light years of a co-altitude distance. Co-altitude zenith, right? That means hundreds of light years of a zenith distance across the sky. Now, how is that going to match the surface of your sphere? It's not.
Yeah, that's the part that you're a little confused on.
Okay, hold on, Brian. Brian.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What?
So the co-altitude distance means the 90 degrees, which would be zenith, for wherever your observer is standing, minus the observed height of that celestial body. And that will change by definition as you move across the surface. How much it changes makes all the difference in the world. We know it changes, as you said, 1 minute per degree, or for 1 mile, 1 minute per 1 mile, nautical mile. And that means it's, by definition, it's changing. If you look at, hold on.
Brian,
Hold on.
Brian, please, please.
If you measure your coaltitude, which is 90 degrees minus the observed height of that particular object, and you have a 20, let's say if it's 45 degree measurement, and then you move a couple hundred miles or 120 miles, we'll see a 2 degree change. So that zenith, by definition, has changed. It is not parallel, by definition. So you're wrong, Brian. I don't know how you came up with this. I'm still trying to figure out how you came up with it. Actually, it's very curious. Go ahead.
In your belief, the zeniths are diverging in the globe model, but you can't use 16 nautical miles per degree. But you can't use 16 nautical miles per degree with diverging zeniths.
Hold on,
you
Brian.
can't
Hold on, Brian. By definition, what definition?
It's defined.
What definition?
What you see in object versus the zenith.
Hello. What definition?
Of coaltitude.
Yeah, where's
That's
that?
not the definition of
Where's that?
Oh, I can find you a definition of your
Yes,
mind.
please. Yes, please.
Okay, no problem.
Right.
I'm looking forward to seeing this definition.
I think he's
there's many of them, obviously. I think everyone knows the altitude.
That's not a definition. Why am I hearing your voice? Stop. Stop. Sorry, did you post it?
Posted it, yes.
Thank you. Where is it?
And this is from Celestial Navigation.
Altitude, 90 degrees, is the complement measurement of an altitude known as the zenith distance or coaltitude. It equals a 90 degrees minus the observed height of the sighted star or sun. Okay?
So nothing to do with diverging zeniths then?
The 90 degrees then?
Well, it's by definition.
Sorry, by definition, 90 degrees then? 90 degrees.
You and I both,
sorry, 90 degrees then?
90 degrees. Zenith is 90 degrees straight up from horizontal, yes.
90 is a horizontal and a vertical, not just a vertical.
90 is a relationship between two lines.
Correcting you on earlier.
No, you're not correcting me on anything.
So 90 degrees at your zenith.
Think you are, but you're not.
Okay. And then you said there's...
Zenith is just straight up. 90 degrees opposed to horizontal.
Then you said it was 60 nautical miles for every 1 degree, right?
That by definition is saying that zenith is going to change to that object. So it's not going to be...
Sorry, wait, it does not say that. That's not what it says.
But that's implied.
Sorry, that is not what it says. Don't tell me what it implies.
It implies that...
Don't tell me what it implies. It's not what it says.
Is the sun the same altitude?
Sorry, why are you asking me something when you get annihilated? Hear that sound, Zanic? That's the sound of a flat earther's bollocks slapping around your face, my friend.
You say that's where I get my entertainment.
Yeah, that's not what it says. You can tell me how it infers it, but moments earlier it was by definition. Now it's not by definition, just by inference, right?
Well,
not by definition, then, you stuttering spacker.
I'm not stuttering.
Stuttering spastic. You said only moments earlier that it was that by definition, till I challenged you to get a definition. And what do you know? It's not by definition, just by your fuckwit inference.
By definition, it says...
Sorry, do you want to tell me by fuckwit inference again? It's not by definition, fuckwit. You were wrong.
Observed height.
Sorry, do you want to fucking suck on my bollocks, Zanic? Because it is not, as you stated quite boldly, by definition, is it?
If it was...
Sorry, you stuttering bitch. Yeah, that is you stuttering, you bitch. Not by definition, as you so boldly declared. By inference from a fuckwit. How do those balls taste, Zanic? Do they taste salty, Zanic? Salty?
Hold on a second. The elevation's going to change, but not the angle of the fucking zenith. You clown fuck. Hey, dumb
salty?
fuck.
Salty much? Salty
if you
balls?
move away from the GP, the elevation's going to change, not the angle of the vertical. You dumb fuck.
Do you feel stupid having told us that that's what it is by definition, when it most definitely isn't?
Yeah.
You stupid clown,
How the
Zanic.
fuck do you get that from this definition?
Sorry, Zanic, you're being...
And then your rebuttal was, when you move away, the elevation angle changes. We're going to get back to elevation angle here in a minute. That doesn't make the zenith of the GP in your position change their angle.
It does if it's a 60 to 1 nautical mile relationship.
Fucking clown! What's an elevation angle?
No.
The elevation of an object above the horizontal.
Horizontal what?
Horizontal plane.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Where you get a horizontal plane from?
Opposite of vertical. A plane
The
opposite.
opposite of vertical, but you're on a horizontal plane while you
don't know
acquire
that. You're
an
assuming that.
elevation.
So you just assumed it, Zanic. You just told us that it was the horizontal plane you would be acquiring. I'm not assuming it. You are.
No, you said it was a...
Sorry, you said it was the horizontal plane.
An opposition to vertical.
You literally just said that, Zanic.
Horizontal plane means flat. It's not an assumption.
No, just because we have a horizontal plane doesn't mean the surface is a plane.
The horizontal plane you're standing on.
That's okay. Okay. Along that, Zanic, along that horizontal plane, what is your understanding of geographical position then, if it's not the surface?
The geographical position will be a point on a surface.
So the surface then, because that's the point that we're measuring to on that tangent plane.
Yes.
So definitely the fucking surface then, you stupid twat. It's just not your globe surface that's curving. Yeah, so not your globe surface. Be more specific, Zanic. When you say not the surface, not your globe surface. But the geographical position along the tangent line definitely refers to the surface, as you just correctly identified.
Flat Earth.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. That's right. The geographical position would be the position on the ground, and it's measured along a flat baseline. When you say not the ground position, not the position along the surface, no, just not the position on your sphere surface.
No, I'm not talking about...
Stuttering much? This is two flat earthers teabagging you, Zanic. How times have changed. Stutter for me.
Interesting. I'm on a mountain somewhere. I want to establish a flat plane. I do that by establishing...
You want to establish a flat plane? Why would you want to establish a flat plane when you believe the Earth is a sphere? Let me get it right. You're now begging me to establish a flat plane with you, so we can both establish flat planes together, right, Zanic?
You asked for it.
No, you're telling me about what you're doing. You're establishing a flat plane.
Yes.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. You'll need that flat plane to measure an elevation angle. I'm just wondering why you'd be doing that, given that you think the surface is curving.
Said it's affirming the consequence. He's a fucking idiot. Consequence.
Consequent,
you idiot. I
said
and he's not doing it.
Meanwhile, you can't get an elevation angle from a curved adjacent. The surface can't be curved.
Zanic, why are you establishing a horizontal plane?
You fucking clown.
Hold on, QE.
We're establishing the horizontal plane with respect to the vertical to see the elevation angle of the object in the sky with respect to the vertical. The vertical 90 degrees gives you the horizontal, gives you the elevation angle to the object.
My question is, why are you establishing a horizontal plane?
This means you have an elevation angle above a horizontal.
Zanic, I just want to know, why are you establishing a horizontal plane on top of what you think is a sphere?
Who said I thought it was a sphere? I'm just telling you that I have a horizontal plane. That would
get the horizontal plane.
Why do you need
Where'd you get the horizontal plane
Oh, everyone calm down. Everyone,
vertical.
just 1 second, let's get some order. He's saying he doesn't think it's a sphere. Who says he thinks it's a sphere? That's what he said.
Oh, okay. Oh, my bad then.
I didn't say I thought it was a sphere. I didn't say anything about a sphere.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Zanic. You don't need the dingleberry Earth dangling beneath the flat plane we establish as the horizontal baseline to acquire elevation angles. You don't need that sphere.
No, you don't get the sphere till later, till you calculate that.
Later? What, after you've used Flat Earth to get an angle? You mean the sphere assumption comes after you've measured a flat Earth? With a flat Earth baseline and a flat Earth angle that isn't assumptions or begging the question or an affirming the consequence. It's definitely just a measurement of an angle off a flat baseline. But you're saying the sphere bit comes after the flat Earth bit. Yeah, we know. We know, Zanic. Yeah, your sphere assumption comes after you've measured a flat plane.
Dingleberry time.
It's also forgetting
George,
that the GP.
George, you don't need to interject. George, please.
The GP needs to be on the same flat plane.
That's right,
Well, that's
George.
not possible.
That's right. Not possible on a sphere. That's right, Zanic. Yeah, it has to be on the tangent plane in relation to the ground. Your sphere doesn't have any relation to that measurement of a flat plane with a ground position known as geographical position. Your sphere has nothing to do with that, Zanic. That's right. And also, if you're going to infer the sphere, you've got to be measuring the flat plane first to get to the sphere bit. You know, your sphere relies on Earth being a flat plane to get angle measurements to infer you're on a sphere. So, yeah, you're right. The sphere bit comes later, after the flat plane bit, doesn't it, Zanic?
Yes, it does.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth. You won't get to a sphere bit unless you measure the flat Earth first. Then your belief in a sphere can follow. After you've measured a flat Earth elevation angle measurement from a flat plane that you're standing on, then and only then can you progress in your fundamentalist religious sphere belief.
To get the elevation angle.
Yes. How do you measure it from the horizontal you establish?
There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth. Fuck.
Yeah, you measure it from the horizontal you establish. Yeah, that would be right. Your baseline with a geographical position underneath the star meeting it. That would be the ground, the surface that's flat. Must be, otherwise you wouldn't get an angle.
A flat baseline.
Yeah, flat baseline, that's right. Yeah, you need that to get a flat Earth angle measurement to infer you're on a sphere.
I measure it via... I have a piece of plywood, and I... as the flat baseline.
You're on a mountain out in the ocean, really.
Okay, I'm on an island in the ocean.
We're on a mountain in an ocean.
A mountain and an island in an ocean, yeah. On Hawaii. We're in Hawaii. We establish a flat baseline, 9 degrees opposed to vertical, and then we move to another island.
Why do we have to establish? Wait a second. Why do we have to establish a flat baseline?
Yeah, why do we have to use a flat Earth first? Why do we have to? Why can't we
get an elevation angle?
So to get an elevation angle, we've got to use flat Earth first. Then I see. So welcome to Flat Earth.
You're scared. Nathan, you're shaking your...
Fuck off. You're a clown retard. Lying sore rat.
Sorry, what was he telling me I was shaking? My balls on his face?
Yes.
Come on, this Zanic guy was obviously dingleberry dependent.
And what am I shaking, Zanic? No, I'm being sincere. No, I meant that. I am actually teabagging you as you lie dying in your globe faith that required you measure a flat Earth first to then do the sphere bit later.
Yes.
Yes. So you need a flat Earth first. Welcome to Flat Earth. That would be you being shot at point blank range with a shotgun, your head exploding, and then respawning to tell me what? It doesn't matter that you need a flat Earth first?
Not at all. So I've used the flat plane. It doesn't mean the Earth is flat.
Doesn't mean the Earth's flat when the geographical position on the ground in relation to where you're measuring is on the ground, on the surface, and you've just measured to it flat. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, I've measured the surface.
I stuttering much? Did you want to claim you weren't stuttering again? You're shaking while my balls teabag you. Is that why you're stuttering? Because you need a flat baseline first.
How did I get 1 degree change when I went...
Sorry, you need to ask about the degree change after you've measured the flat baseline. That's what Virus did. Seem to want to move on. Flat baseline already acquired now, right?
I see 1 degree change.
See, you are stuttering like a bitch there, Zanic. Yeah? You're enjoying the taste of my nuts as you stutter like a complete bitch, Zanic.
Can I say something, Nathan, to you?
I have a flat baseline.
We know. Welcome to Flat Earth. That is the Earth that you're standing on, given that the geographical position, measuring circles of equal elevation, and 3D Euclidean geometry all prove we're on a flat plane.
I would disagree because I'm establishing that with the flat baseline.
Would it be possible to switch it up, Zanic?
Come to Flat Earth.
Real quick, would it be possible to switch it up and use the spherical surface first? Or do we need the flat?
How do you measure an elevation angle then? Okay, we can use the
flat surface.
Okay, you say we can use the spherical surface first. How do you get an elevation angle from the spherical surface first?
No, you wouldn't. You'd need a flat surface.
Sorry, you wouldn't. That's right. Now enjoy the slapping sound of a flat earther's testicles around your face. That's absolutely correct. You wouldn't get an elevation angle from a curved earth. It needs to be flat first.
No, you could actually.
How do you do that?
Right.
How do you get an elevation angle measurement from a curved surface?
You don't need to adjust for any kind of dip angle. You just get a spot. New elevation angle. Now, it won't be in the...
So you're breaking up. That's a lucky coincidence. I reckon he's got the, I've got no answer to this, so I'll press a button on my desk that makes everything distort and break up.
No. You can use the elevation angle from this curved surface.
What elevation angle? How did you measure that from a curved baseline? That's the question.
Yep, you can't do that. Show us an AutoCAD right now.
It can't be done. Rob Durham showed it. Sorry, you can't be done. It's syntax error. You can't acquire an elevation angle from a curved baseline. A straight line meeting a curved line isn't an angle, Zanic.
To your feet.
Do you not understand basic geometry?
You could draw.
Do you understand basic geometry, globe-believing retard?
Yes, I do.
So you understand that a curved line meeting a straight line isn't going to give you an angle, then?
I'm only using...
You're going to stutter! Oh, I love it, Zanic. It's my balls slapping against your face, that's stuttering.
The word in.
That's my balls slapping against your face, my friend. That's right. You stuttering, globe-believing bitch lying, dying in a pool of your own blood.
So you said you can get an elevation off the curved surface and you're using straight lines. Do you understand that that is a contradiction? Do you know that straight lines and curved lines are different?
Yeah, I asked him if he understood basic geometry. Yeah, you don't understand basic geometry. You don't understand basic geometry.
So you ask me a question, then Nathan talks over me.
Yeah, because you don't understand basic geometry, something I'm quite frequently accused of. When we've got a glaring example of a fuckwit that doesn't understand basic geometry, I'm going to point that out, Zanic. That'd be you, the fuckwit. And the basic geometry of straight lines meeting at a vertex that you don't understand because you think you can get that from a curved baseline. That'd be a curved earth. And you need to interrupt me like a bitch because you're being battered by several flat earthers. You can't get a curved baseline to give you an elevation angle, Zanic. That means you don't understand geometry. You think curved lines meeting straight ones and interruptions for your belligerence over your lack of understanding of basic geometry will get around this.
I never said there was a curved baseline, ever.
Oh, well, there isn't. You can't have a curved baseline. It's got to be flat. You also told us how you establish a horizontal curved line. No, flat. We know.
Wait, you asked...
Yeah, is that you stuttering again, you little bitch? Oh, Zanic, you enjoying your visit here, you stuttering fuckwit?
I am. I'm really...
Good, you stuttering bitch.
I'm glad to be back, yes.
He has another contradiction.
Go on, Brian.
He has a second contradiction. He's claiming a tangent plane, which is a horizontal plane between the observer and the GP of the celestial body. And then he's trying to claim that the 16 nautical miles per degree doesn't work on a flat surface. So he's creating two diverging zeniths, and then he's trying to claim that that 16 nautical miles per degree requires diverging zeniths after creating two parallel zeniths. So it's a contradiction to say that we're using a tangent plane and then say, but the distances will be measured on a curved surface. No, you're measuring along a flat.
The tangent plane.
If you're claiming
the tangent plane will change as you move. That tangent plane, it changes angle as you move.
Oh, sorry, what? Like it's cited? So, like it's cited to say that, right? Exactly as it's in the definition, right?
I didn't.
Stuttering much? That fucking ain't in that definition that you said it was in. Yeah, as your fuckwit inference would suggest, you mean? Sweaty, salty ball slapping around you there, Zanic. As your fuckwit inference would suggest, you mean? Hello? Are you deaf? Someone's muted him.
Yeah, you got it right, Nathan. You have a zenith that will have to change. Has to.
A citation, please. Oh, we already did this. So we already did this. We already did this.
Is your son?
Did we already do this? Do we need to change the subject? Are my balls slapping around your face and maybe respawn and ask a new question as I pepper you at the spawning point? We already covered this, though, didn't we? It's not as defined as you boldly declared.
He's pulling a crazy Ivan, going back to we already destroyed that, Zanic, you numpty dipshit.
So can someone, whoever's muting him, please stop.
Thank you.
Sorry, we covered that, Zanic. It wasn't as defined. You made a really bold statement that it was as per the definition, and then I established very quickly, when you defined it and cited it, that it wasn't at all as per the definition. It was just your Zanic fuckwit inference that you inferred. Do you remember that? You stupid fucking retard.
I think everyone knows that.
I think everyone knows that I definitely did do that.
Everyone knows that.
That you definitely did do that.
Yes, I did.
Yes, you definitely did. We know. So how do my balls taste, Zanic, given that it's definitely as... You lied about it being as per the definition.
A little salty for my liking.
Sorry, yeah, too salty. What, me proving you a fucking liar? You made it bold statement that it was as per the definition. You fucking liar. Are you a retard, ignorant fucking retard, or just a liar? Which one is it? Are you deaf? I'm asking you if your ignorance in regards to your incorrect assertion that it was as per defined as what? Converging? No?
It's ignorance.
Sorry, you inferred it from the definition that definitely wasn't as per...
It was inferred.
So you wasn't as per your definition when you said it's as per the definition. So you said it was as per the definition, Zanic. So you're a liar or a fuckwit? Which one? Are you deaf?
I'm not lying. I hear you.
So it is defined as you claimed. No, you're a fucking liar. It wasn't as defined. It was as inferred when you lied about it being defined that way, you fucking liar. So Zanic, every time you've come here in quick succession since you've had a re-emergence in this discussion forum for some unknown reason, you've lied every single time you've been here. You realise that?
He's a fucking idiot.
Hold on.
He's a fucking idiot. He's trying to conflate the elevation angle change with you moving along the horizontal plane and the divergence. Shut up! He's trying to conflate. You're not even talking about the argument, you fucking retard. You're saying the zeniths, the observer zeniths, and the zenith at the GP are diverging. And as your evidence, you're using the distance when somebody moves away from the GP, saying that that changes the angle of the zenith. No, it just changed the observation angle. So that's what you're trying to do. You're a fucking retard.
And the rate at which it changes determines the shape of the surface.
Doesn't. It doesn't change the surface.
The rate at which it changes will determine the surface, yes.
That doesn't determine a surface.
Try to figure it out. Use trigonometry.
Try to figure it out. I did. Elevation.
He's bait and switch.
Yes, I did.
He's saying the rate at which what changes, the angle that you measure, will change the surface.
Angle that you measure based on the distance. If it's 1-to-1, that means
it's not the argument, you numpty dipshit.
Of course it is.
No, it's not. It's diverging zeniths.
And it has to have diverging zeniths for that to occur.
Yeah, listen to him now. No, it doesn't.
What, as per the definition that you gave that didn't actually define it that way, and then we established that it was just your inference that you decided to place on top of that definition that didn't back you, in spite of you being quite insistent when you lied that that was as per the definition, like you lied about.
Well, I've already agreed that it's not.
Already agreed, like you're having a dump. Yeah, you just caught in a lie.
Already agreed, you're right.
Already agreed. Don't try and squeeze out a dump while you exasperatedly explain that you're not lying when you claimed quite boldly it was as per the definition, those diverging zeniths. No, it fucking weren't. You just lied. Liar.
Fucking guy.
Yeah.
Nathan, this fucking guy, what he's saying, hold on a second. What he's saying here is, right, you got a really tall flagpole, right? And if you move away from the flagpole, now the flagpole is vertical, and you get an elevation angle to the top of the flagpole. What he's saying here is, if you move away from the flagpole, that the flagpole's verticalness angle changes. That's what he's saying.
Yep.
Get it? Yeah.
He's begging the question because he's begging the question of 360
Hold on a second,
degrees
George.
on the
He's not
sphere
begging the
when he's
question
only
yet.
90 degrees used on the sextant.
You're saying the 90 degrees changes from the vertical of the flagpole if you move a distance away from it.
With respect to you, it has to if you have that one-to-one relationship.
What is it built on, Jello?
With respect
what is
to
it
you,
built on, Jello? You fucking retard!
So yeah, with respect to you, so not the ground when you make this inference. It's not per the definition. It's just your inference that you're trying to infer when looking at something that's horizontal and moving away from it.
Function is not a
When
linear function.
when you allow
Y
him
equals
to
mx
make
plus
that
b.
inference,
again,
guess what
Nathan.
now happens? Now you don't have a 90 degree created by you, the GP, and the zenith.
Yep.
The GP is at a spot where you do have a 90 versus the horizontal, versus the object in the sky. That's the GP.
And can you have that on the surface of a sphere?
But if you move...
So can you have that on the surface of a sphere?
One-to-one.
So can you have that as described on the surface of a sphere?
Of course, you have a tangent.
You can have 90 degrees to the curve at the GP on a sphere. No, you don't understand basic geometry. Again, you seem very stupid. Again, you're misunderstanding what an angle is. 90 degrees can't be acquired where a curve meets a straight line at the GP. Are you retarded?
No, the GP will be a flat plane established to be vertical.
Sorry, flat plane established? I asked if it was doing that on the sphere, and now you're telling me how it does it on the flat plane you've established, right?
That flat plane at that one point.
So you're doing it on the flat plane now. Welcome to Flat Earth. And I'm wondering why you wouldn't be describing how this was done on the curved Earth surface, and you're immediately justifying how it's done on a flat plane surface now. That makes no sense.
Anything. I'm just telling
you. You're telling me how it's done on a flat plane when I asked why you wouldn't be doing it on a curve.
Because you need established vertical and...
Vertical? To get a horizontal plane, you need vertical? No, definitely not.
Oh, yeah, that's what...
Really? So we've got a vertical mirror in a sextant.
And if it's on a...
Sorry, we've got a vertical mirror in a sextant. Salty balls? Salty much?
Ask him again, Nathan. He didn't hear that question.
Vertical mirror on a sextant? Did you just chant through the question so he doesn't have to listen to it? We've got a mirror that's marked as the vertical mirror on a sextant, have we?
Why are you using a...
So we're going to establish a flat baseline with the sextant, with the horizontal mirror that establishes it with the horizon as opposed to the vertical, making what you said wrong.
Where's the vertical mirror? Is his question to you, Zanic, on the sextant.
What do you mean where the vertical mirror is?
I mean, you claimed we were doing it with vertical, and now I'm asking you, given that there's a tool for measuring these angles, elevation angles, where the vertical mirror would be on that tool.
Plumb bob.
Sorry, you think sextants have a plumb bob?
Yeah.
Yeah!
Then you're a moron. You don't understand basic geometry, and you're a moron who doesn't understand what a sextant is. Clearly, you've never held a sextant, even though you're arguing this. Go away and buy a sextant and use one. They understand what they have. They have a horizon mirror for establishing a horizontal baseline. That'd be a flat Earth.
So when we pull a sextant out of the box, the fucking plumb bob falls out of it?
A bubble sextant, yes.
No, we're not talking about a bubble sextant. We're talking about a sextant. We're on the sea. We're going to pull the sextant out. We don't know where we're at. We pull it out of the box. According to you, a plumb bob falls out. Yes?
No, we're not. Sextant on the ship. No plumb bob on the sextant for the ship.
Oh, that's what we're talking about.
I was talking about an aviation.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. So we were in an aviation debate. I thought we were debating about the surface of Earth. Do you need to take it very much away from the surface of Earth with a different tool?
Shouldn't they both work?
Did you need to take it away from the surface which we're debating about?
Okay, so...
So, okay, is that the same as virus is okay when you're fucked? When you're fucked, you just say okay. So, did you need to take this argument very much away from the surface we're debating about here, Zanic?
Oh, I can use the surface if you'd like.
Excellent. Well, when we're on the surface, we're going to be using a standard non-bubble sextant with a horizon mirror to establish a horizontal plane, so you can have 90 degrees at your position and at the GP of the star. I mean, that would ultimately work at altitude too, because you'd still have 90 degrees along those two parallel lines that you were unable to define, boldly lied about it being the definition, and then with your own definition, proved yourself to be wrong and a liar by inference that you used when lying about a citation that didn't prove your point with diverging Zenitz. They're parallel, hence it will work with the bubble sextant or on the ground we're debating about, with a regular sextant, with a horizon mirror. Where in that sextant on the ground that we debate about, the flat Earth and the horizontal baseline, where in that sextant do you get the vertical from? Original question from about 10 minutes ago.
Again. I thought we were on the ship in the water.
Yeah, where do you get the vertical from with the tool we're using? That would be a sextant. About the fifth time I've asked.
On the boat or on the ground?
Scared? Scared of this? Scared of this?
The ground.
Scared?
Where are we? On the water?
We're getting a vertical with a sextant. How do we do that?
Your mind.
Sorry, you scared?
Target.
So there's a vertical. Every time I start asking the same question, he feels the need to interrupt it. It must be terrifying. Salty? Salty balls?
Well, yeah.
Salty?
Yeah.
Salty?
Yeah, it is for him. Because now he's trying to quibble about where are you, on the ground or on the water? Boy, that's going to help your argument out. We're on the water, Zanic. Where's the fucking vertical mirror on the sextant?
Just sight the horizon.
That's not a vertical.
Go, mirror!
It's not vertical. So we're going to be establishing a horizontal baseline then. Not a zenith at our position, but a horizontal line, not a vertical one then. You do realise that's not vertical. Line. Sorry, are you fundamentally... Excuse me, Zanic. I'm asking a question about your mental health. Are you mentally retarded? Because you don't seem to understand the difference between vertical and horizontal. If you just stated horizontal mirror, horizon mirror... Yeah, as marked on screen now, I've got a picture of a sextant. And it says line of sight from the horizon. That's not fucking vertical, you stupid retard.
I know that. I said that.
So why the fuck did you tell us we're establishing it from your vertical then, you fucking retard?
Well, now you're establishing...
Are you a fucking stuttering retard? You told me you were establishing it from your horizontal. I've got the tool that we used to use this with. Now I'm establishing where you get your horizontal you claimed and lied about it being the citation and definition of it. With your, what, diverging zeniths?
Well, if you...
So diverging zeniths, and we've got a zenith fucking mirror, haven't we?
Calculation. You'd have to use the complementary angle for that, right? So that would be...
Sorry, we've got a complementary angle mirror in the sextant, have we?
No, you have to do the mathematics.
Sorry, we have to stutter much. Do we have a complementary angle mirror?
20-degree star.
Do we have a complementary angle mirror?
Answer his question.
Are you going to chant through me, bitch?
20-degree angle star.
Sorry, you don't seem to be listening to me, Zanic, and you keep getting muted by QE because you're not listening.
Come on, I'm
do we have a... Are you scared? Are you scared of me, Zanic? Scared of this question?
I'm not scared, no.
Do you want to let me ask it? You going to let me ask it?
Go ahead.
Do you have a complementary angle mirror in the sextant?
No.
Oh, right. So when you said you'd have to do that with your complementary angle, you don't get that from the sextant then?
If you measure 20 degrees...
So when you said vertical, you were a fuckwit, and now you're being teabagged, lying, dying. You don't get it from a vertical. You get it from the horizontal plane, the established baseline then.
That horizontal plane...
Not a vertical, and definitely not what you lied about when you said it was part of the definition. You're a fucking liar.
Well, now we're talking about a...
Now you're a fucking stuttering liar. So stuttering, lying bastard who's here to defend a globe to all the normies who actually believe this shit without knowing better. You're just lying about what definitions are, then citing them, proving yourself wrong, and admitting that it's by inference. You've now told us that you acquire a vertical. No, you do not.
With a bubble sextant...
Sorry, we're back on the get away from the ground as quickly as possible. You need to get into the air, quick. We're debating about the ground, Zanic. Didn't we cover this? Didn't we cover this?
It works anywhere.
Are you going to chant through me? My objection scare you? Does my objection scare you?
Okay, let's go.
Does my objection scare you? Is that yes? My objection does scare him.
We look at the horizon.
Does scare him. Seems my objection does scare him.
2 mirrors.
Are you going to chant through me? Mute him. Kick him out. Kick him out. Bye-bye, Zanic. Seems he's terrified.
He never dealt with the co-attitude question. He avoided it from the start.
Yeah, when it gets painful, chant straight through your opponent. And the question that's annihilating your claim that you do this from the vertical? Oh, right, well, why is it that every method implies that you get it from a horizontal, then? Well, that comes after I've established it with horizontal, even though I'm lying about it being the very definition. No, it isn't. They're just liars. Zanic's the biggest liar here. He's a massive liar. Hope you get your tongue ripped out in hell, Zanic.
Yeah, he is an absolute liar because he tried to deny that with diverging zeniths that the distance to the celestial object on his model would matter. But that's exactly what co-altitude means.
Yeah.
He tried to
And the
deny a load of
vehicle
them.
that he used, let me describe it again. You have a tall flagpole, and you measure an elevation angle to the tip of the flagpole. Then Zanic's point is if you move away from that flagpole, then the elevation angle will change. Well, we all know that's true. Well, duh. Yes. But his point is that because the elevation angle's changing, that the flagpole's vertical is also changing. That's his point. Did you all catch that?
Yes, he's inferring that the elevation angle changes because as you move away from it on a curved surface, it's going to change what was ultimately giving you a 90 degree when you stood at it. No, it isn't when you move away.
Yes. Yes. So the flagpole was buried in some type of jello or I don't know, maybe the wind blew or something like that. What a retard.
What started all this off, how he even came in, was I asked Virus, because Virus kept on claiming 16 nautical miles per degree, and I said, does that process require parallel or diverging zeniths? And Virus was like, I didn't hear that. Could you ask me again after a long pause? Because he was waiting for his answer off of Zanic. And that's when Zanic came in and tried to claim that they use diverging zeniths for that, right? Which they don't. The process requires parallel zeniths. Otherwise, you won't have a 1-for-1 minute of degree for nautical mile. It won't work in any other way. And that's why the whole claim of like if you think about what you were just laughing at there, QE, about as you move away from the flagpole, that it starts leaning away from you. Well, what about if you go closer? Does it start leaning towards you? Do you know what I mean? It's complete and utter rubbish. It's just, do you know what I mean? It's nonsense. But that's what he was trying to defend, what I have on screen, and I put it in the main chat in Discord. That's what he was trying to defend, trying to say that 16 nautical miles requires diverging zeniths when there's no way in the world it can work without parallel zeniths. I got kind of angry at him earlier, but that was that's on me. But you can't do this process without parallel zeniths.
Yeah, the opposite angle, which is the zenith, it's opposite you. It's parallel to you. It's obvious that they run parallel.
Yeah, has to be. That's what co-altitude means. Yeah. That's why in celestial navigation, if you look at the screen there now, in celestial navigation, they never have to stay the height of the star because their zeniths are parallel. So the star can be 1,000,000 miles high, it doesn't matter, because the observer's co-altitude will match the height of the star and give them the exact. So that way, the minutes of degree along the sky will always equal the nautical miles, or will always become an exact nautical mile distance on the surface of the Earth between the observer and the GP. It requires parallel zeniths, it requires a horizontal baseline, and it requires a horizontal roof to the depression angle. So they have nothing here other than lies. Lies is all they got. Sorry, George.
Absolutely, man. Now, they beg the question on the 360 degrees because they need to have these 360 degrees for their sphere, completely ignoring that the sextant only uses from 15 up to 90 degrees only. So there is no 180 degrees or 360, none of that.
Exactly. It uses only a 90.
Perfect. With that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, smashing the PayPal link, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
day.